Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Los Angeles. You're looking at Philippine Airlines Flight 113 heading back to Manila. It's a 777-300ER now pushing back from the west gates. Air Premia, the Dreamliner, coming in from Seoul, touching down on 24 right there on the north side.
Alaska 1480, runway 25 right, service takeoff right now. JetBlue 524, late 25 right, line up noise. One contact, no problem, pressure.
Turkish A350 coming in from Istanbul. Now making a left-hand turn onto taxiway at Lima. We'll head to Tom Bradley. That flight taken off was United Airlines Flight 1841 heading to the Valley of the Sun at Phoenix, Arizona at a 737-800. Next takeoff is Alaska Airlines Flight 1418 heading to Guadalajara. It's a 737-900ER.
Plus 5249 LA 1105, runway 25 left, line. Bearing 1670, take gate number and hold short, 25 right. JetBlue 520, 5 right, service takeoff, right up.
Doctor, clear for takeoff. I'm right, JetBlue 524.
18, contact SoCal departure.
Departure 1418, good day.
1376, hold short, up runway 25, Juliet with a call sign.
Just after the top of the hour. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning here in the Southland. It's a beautiful day once again for plane spotting. I'm Plane Jockey Kevin. Yes, back here at an Imperial Hill. Not too busy here this morning, but some plane spotters, even pilots dropping by once in a while, saying hello. Good to have you guys. Make sure to sit back, relax. I got you covered here on a Tuesday. Hope you survived Monday. Tuesday is off to an interesting start, I will say that. I feel like I'm having a case of the Mondays on the Tuesday.
1676, no delay, cross 5 right, right, from Bravo, ground point 7.
No delay, cross 5 right,
JetBlue 54, contact SoCal departure.
Turkish making its way into the gates. That JetBlue flight taking off on 25 at right. 524 was the flight number heading to JFK on the A321.
360, taxi hotel 2.
Do have a heavy going to be taken off. United Airlines Flight 32 heading to Tokyo Narita. 787-9 Dreamliner number 2 for takeoff.
360, L2, K back, hold short, up to 25 right.
Touching down here just moments ago was Copa Airlines Flight 360 committed from Panama City at a 737 at MAX 9.
5 right, play for takeoff, right, offer. 932, car on the 25 right, line up and wait. 5 right, line up, 2524, contact SoCal, right. Airline 72, LA Tower, 25 left, straight to land, take gate number.
Let's take a look all the way out to the far west near the Qantas hangar. You see Air Premia, the Dreamliner, coming in from Seoul, making its way over here to the south side. Flight 101 coming in from Seoul, and that 787-9 Dreamliner. Taking off on the north side, Hawaiian Airlines Flight 61 heading to Kona. It's an A321 Neo.
That was 56, contact SoCal departure.
SoCal departure 56.
I believe that has that's the movie livery on that.
Right, takeoff, right,
Let's take a look back at Philippines. Should be a south side takeoff. Again, this is flight 113 heading back to Manila on the 777-300ER. Our next takeoff here on the south side is United Airlines flight 32 heading to Tokyo Narita on a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Runway 25 left, clear to land, stay gate number.
Clear to land, going to gate 141.
Automatic 272, caution H. Dreamliner depart. Tower 240, traffic holding position at Juliet 25 right, contact ground point 75. Right turn, Bravo, ground 75.
Also, flip cross 2, right, and from the right of Bravo for the
United 32, heavy contact sub-south.
32 heavy, see you good day.
All right, Philippines looking like it's heading down Lima. Now crossing over to Kilo, should be heading to Bravo and heading to 25 right for a south side takeoff.
782, hold short of
Also have a Queen lighting up, Nippon Cargo Airlines flight 101 heading to Tokyo Narita on a 747-8. We'll be taking off on 25 left coming up.
Tower Delta
1348, runway 25 takeoff right now, Doctor.
Lilo, do it a fly.
Tower 25 left.
Duba Fly. Why do I always get your last name wrong? Thank you so much. Gifting one Airline Videos Live Network. With a super chat. Thank you so much. And Scott with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Scott. Says happy Tuesday, Kevin from Saginaw, Michigan. Appreciate and love your great content. Thank you so much. Hello, fellow Michigander. Hope you're staying warm there we're in Southern California. You're good old Michigan. The Air Premia should be making a left-hand turn onto Lima. Alaska flight taking off at 25 right. Alaska Airlines flight 348 heading to Puerto Vallarta on a 737-900ER. Next takeoff will be American Airlines flight 1292 heading to Nashville, Tennessee at a 737-800, followed by Alaska Airlines flight 1430 heading to Cabo in the 737-900ER. Do have a Delta 757-200, an old Northwest plane coming in from Guatemala City, flight 1903. Next arrival here on the south side on the 25 left. Philippines will be making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Bravo.
And 1290 tower, 25 right, line of way traffic, Southfield.
25 right, line of way, 1292.
Star Alliance A320.
522 after crossing left.
Avianca.
After crossing, turn.
The 522.75 now to heavy waiting.
All right, so as Philippine makes that left-hand turn on the Bravo, Air Premia, the Dreamliner, going to be sneaking into the gates at Tom Bradley.
American 1292, running 25 right. Takeoff for the Doctor.
That's 25 right, that's the last man, 1290.
Left 1530, LA Tower, 25 right, line.
25 right, 1430.
Delta 19. Right to the exit Hotel Niner and hold 25 right.
Hotel 9, hold short 25 right.
We're aware that one of the cameras on our 24-hour feed is acting a little crazy this morning. We had a power outage. Something happened overnight. About 1:30 in the morning, I made my way to the H Hotel this morning early as the sun rose. I got out of bed and headed on over to the H Hotel to see what was going on. We got everything pretty much squared back to normal, but camera 1 seems to be having an iris issue, and iris is basically what the amount of light that goes into the camera, and no matter what we do, it doesn't seem to be reacting to it. So we've reached out to the manufacturer saying we have a problem.
1430 or 25 right.
So we'll hopefully get that resolved
Takeoff 25 right now.
soon. The first problem with an AI camera.
American 1290.
So just 647, you heard that there's traffic on Alpha.
Okay, and even if we got to you still want us to plan on the...
All right, Philippines making its way down to 25 right. We also have that Queen Nippon cargo. It's a 747-8, which means it would be taken off on 25 left.
474, hold short of the Juliet.
Next takeoff is Alaska Airlines Flight 1430 heading to Cabo. It's a 737-900ER.
1903, I confirm that. Hold position. American 2474, cross 925, right, contact ground point 7. So the next 3, cross 925, right side, hold short of 1, contact traffic 1.
Lima, hold for the kilo, cross 25 right, Delta 9.
Block 1430, contact
This Delta 757. Sorry, having to shoot through a bunch of power lines here this morning. We're a little bit farther to the west than our normal setup here at an Imperial Hill, so we have to deal with some good old power lines. Also lighting up on the radar, Korean Air Cargo Flight 208 heading to Seoul. It's a 777 freighter. We'll also be heading down to the 25s here on the south side. And our legend Jane with the $550 super chat to PayPal. Amazing support continues from our legend Jane. Thank you so much, Jane. Jane says, have a great show, Kevin. Well, thank you so much, Jane. Amazing support as always. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Welcome back here on the Tuesday. Hopefully everyone, your Tuesday is going well, Jane, as well as everyone else watching all around the world. I'm having a case of those Mondays on a Tuesday. And I think it all started going downhill when I started getting text messages on my phone at 1:30 in the morning saying the south cameras are not working. So I didn't sleep very well last night, but I've been up, been busy. Anybody else noticing today is kind of feels like a Monday, even though it's Tuesday? I was really looking forward to getting out here and plane spotted, because if there's anything that takes your mind off of a case of the so-called Mondays, it's getting out here, coming to Imperial Hill, soaking up the sun and the airplanes. Nothing better. Always puts you in a good mood. All right, still waiting on Philippine, heading down to 25 right for a south side at takeoff. does feel like a Monday. January is never my favorite month. No, it probably goes down as the worst month out of the whole year. Am I right? Anybody else got me on that one? Do not like January for many reasons.
647, just roll Alpha 7 now.
By the way, that was a flight coming up from Boston, American Airlines Flight 2455 and A321. Our next takeoff will be Philippine Airlines Flight 113 heading to Manila in a 777-300ER.
It's at 647, that heavy Alpha 7 is waiting for you, ground point.
Okay, ground point. 647, left turn on now.
Philippine 113 heavy LA Terminal, runway 25 right to plane.
Emily says January is the Monday of the months. Well, thankfully, we only have a few days left.
Go 3680 LA Tower, runway 25 left, right caution, heavy lift.
February 1st is Saturday. No better day of the week to celebrate a new day of the month, am I right? Saturday? Also have United Airlines Flight 1260 heading to Denver, Colorado, a 757-300, also making its way down to 25 right as we wait for Philippine. Also waiting on this Queen to start taxi there on the Alpha. Of course, we also have that Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter also will be heading to the 25s. Guitar Player 48 says, hey, Kevin, I want to thank you for that swag bag back on the 18th. You're now the third plane spotting channel I've met at LAX. Well, there's a lot of them, aren't there? All right, Philippine will be our next takeoff on 25 right.
13 heavy with 130 6, runway 25, prep for takeoff, right at dock.
Yeah, no reboots on the camera one on the south side AI feed. We've done that about 5 times. It's just it's not responding to anything that we do. So we've contacted the manufacturer. Hopefully the manufacturer can look into it and hopefully get it resolved.
Heavy departure in board range 25 left, land 1406.
25 left, heavy caution.
All right, Philippine Flight 113 heading back to Manila, now rolling down at 25 right.
25 right, last wait. Airport 844, 25 left.
Airport 844, LA Tower, with 1525, or 25 left,
Clear to land.
Next takeoff on 25 right is United Airlines Flight 1260 heading to Denver, Colorado in a 22-year-old 757-300. Of course, all the 757s, the 200s, and the 300s that are in United's fleet all came from Continental. United no longer has any of the original 757s that the original United had in their fleet. These are all Continental planes, any one that you see. We see plenty of them here at LAX, the 200s, the 300s. Of course, Delta still flies a lot of the 200s and the 300s. All the 300s came with the merger with Northwest Airlines The 757-200 is kind of a mixture. There are some original Delta 757s still in the fleet. A lot of them came from the merger with Northwest. Some of those came from, I believe, American.
Hotel LA Tower at Golf. Crosswind 25 right, hold short, right 2 left.
Morning LA, United 660. A visual 25 left.
7 LA Tower at 25 left. Go 3685, turn 6, number plate.
Brett, next right turn, we're going to 20. Let's go, 3685.
3685 at Juliet, turn 25 right, contact ground point 7.
So we look at the good old Terminal 5 here on the south side of LAX. Few American flights, the majority are Spirit and JetBlue. Of course, that's the terminal I flew out of 1 week ago today on Tuesday as I flew to JFK. LAWA has decided, since they're not going to be able to build Terminal 0 and 9 in time for the Olympics, that they're going to use those funds and rebuild Terminal 5. So what I've read in the outline, I'm not 100% sure if it's a 100% deal, but the outline says that everyone will move out of Terminal 5 in October, and they will start the demolishing process of Terminal 5 and then rebuild it. Don't worry, the theme building is not connected to Terminal 5. That's a whole another story.
208 heavy LA short, upper 25 left.
Also 25 left, turn here.
Latam at 767-300ER. This is the flight heading to Lima, Peru. Flight 2479 at the 16-year-old 767-300ER. Usually a south side at takeoff on the 25s. We're doing that Queen marching down to 25 left, though in front of it, Korean Air Cargo Flight 208 heading to Seoul. 777 freighter will take off first. Not sure if that will be a 25 left or 25 right, though we will see the Queen 747-8 will indeed take off on the closest runway to our cameras and our microphones. 25 left.
824 LA Tower and 25 left.
Speaking of United 757s, our next arrival coming in from Dulles, United Airlines Flight 667, 757-300.
American 824 and 25 left, straight line.
24, sorry.
American 824 caution, heavy 777, hold it present, 142
Let's grab this 757. Imperial Hill, not the best spot for arrivals. One of the best spots where we were yesterday, the parking garage.
25 left, running 25 right, insect, line up and wait.
As you can see, a lot of trees, a lot of people, a lot of planes, a lot of wires in the way for the arrival shots. Of course, another great place is high atop the H Hotel. Speaking of the H Hotel, we have now confirmed the dates for the annual 24-hour live broadcast, which usually happens in June. The hotel has confirmed June 20th through the 21st. That is a Friday into a Saturday.
Hotel Niner, board, upper 25 right at Lima. Hotel Niner, hold short at Lima, United 267. And 208 heavy, runway 5 right, intersection clock, clear for takeoff or an docker.
Line 5 left, fast, clear for takeoff, clear.
All right, so Korean Air Cargo going to be taking off on 25 right, while the Queen will take off on 25 left.
Can you set the inboard runway? There's set the inboard right now. Maybe triple 725 right?
Yeah, we can take 25 right, southwest 59.
That was 859. Check 2, runway 25 right, runway 2 right. Clear to land, caution with heavy departing now, and heavy will depart out.
Roger that, clear to land, 25 right.
Green Air Cargo, the 777 freighter already rolling down that 25 right.
American 767. Cargo 101 heavy. For your runway at 7 mile per hour and 5 mile heavy contact SoCal.
Also, American Airlines Flight 1987 heading to Philadelphia. An A321 Neo marching down to 25 right. There's a wait for the Queen. Takeoff on 25 left. It's United 757 coming in from Dulles. Flight 667. This aircraft originally delivered in March of 2002.
American 8, hold short offering 25 right at Juliet.
Short of 25 right at Juliet, American. Beautiful, and there was a bird right on the runway there.
Roger.
A bird on the runway. Fly away, bird.
American 8, friend, just verify, hold short.
Network, back with the $3 super chat. Thank you so much, Network.
25 right, Juliet, American 824.
And 2 heavy contact SoCal. Bridge short. Kevin caution with service heavy 7 will depart now.
And Richard Rutledge with a $7.87 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Richard. Says, glad you're getting back to your regular routine despite your 1:30 a.m. service call last night. Nothing like a holiday weather and equipment service to mess up your schedule.
Kind of bird around there.
Roger.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, you know, this is what happens when your channel gets larger and you add more responsibilities. You know, back in the day, it was just easy just to come here, set up a camera, sure, you know, whatever. Now, you've got full-time employees, you got full-time cameras doing 24/7 live broadcasting. There's a lot more responsibilities. Now I feel like one of those parents that, you know, has a newborn and doesn't get any sleep overnights. And wait. We're going to be adding 2 more next week. Oh, boy. All right, China Eastern, the 777-300ER, the flight heading back to Shanghai, now pushing it back. We do have the Queen, Pan Cargo, 747-8, rolling down. 25 left.
Service heavy 747 departed that board, running 25 right, line up midway.
Right, left flight, American.
American 776 for your help. Next right, contact ground point 75. I'm showing the Rob is currently blocked. American 224, takeoff, 5 right, contact on point 7.
It's United 757. Still waiting the crossover at 25 right and head to Terminal 7 or 8 here on the south side. Good news is China Eastern, that tail to the north, looking like a south side takeoff, as well as that LATAM 767-300ER heading to Lima, Peru. Another interesting aircraft now pushing back is Korean Air Flight 18 heading back to Seoul. Of course, that will be heading to the north side as we saw yesterday. United 757 now allowed the crossover 25 right. Next takeoff here on the south side is a flight heading to Philadelphia. American Airlines Flight 1987. It's an A321neo. Coming and going all day long. That's what these planes do. Just come and go. Oh, yes. I can't forget about the office. Yes, got the office, the studio. Oh, there's so many responsibilities now here on the AVL.
American 20, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff and Docker.
Docker clear. American 20 feet.
I believe Asiana was running late here today. I was setting up and it was just making its way to the gate. So Asiana will be taking off a bit later, tater. All right, got that American A321neo heading to Philadelphia as our next takeoff here on the south side. It's a very popular taxiway kilo right now.
at Lima, Austin 2.
Carlos asking Kevin, when are you going back to Plane Spotter Paradise? I don't know. That's a really good question there, Carlos. I've kind of talked about it before. The old Plane Spotter Paradise, I should say do we call it the original? It was last summer when all the planes were taking off and landing on 25 right. Because 25 right is farther to the west than the start of 24 left, I was able to, so basically there's a hill on the north side off of Lincoln. Some of that hill is steeper than other parts. Because everything was taking off and landing on 24 right, that meant that I could actually go down to the hill that was a little bit flatter. It wasn't much, it was still a climb, don't get me wrong. But where I need to be now to be able to get a direct shot of 24 left is a lot steeper. And I'll be honest with you, I don't want to risk doing anything to, well, the equipment or my arm or anything. So I think it's going to be a while before we go head back to Plane Spotter Paradise. Of course, if 24 left is closed down for whatever reason and everything seems to be taken off again on 24 right, we'll certainly make an effort to walk down to that lower part of the hill. Right now, it's just, it's a steep climb. And I don't know if I want to risk it. All right, LATAM heading down to 25 right here on the south side. Our next takeoff is a flight heading to Charlotte, American Airlines Flight 2596. It's an A321neo, followed by Alaska Airlines Flight 1334 heading to Belize City, and the 737 MAX 9. Delta Airlines Flight 1966 coming from San Salvador. He's 26-year-old 757-200. Next arrival here on the south side. Also have Aloha Air Cargo Flight 8200 coming from Seattle. A converted 767-300ER, just 4 minutes out from landing here on the south side. Again, Korean Air Flight 18, the flight heading back to Seoul, will indeed head to the north side. Hi, how's it going? Oh, is it going to take off? Yeah. It's parked way out there. What time is it going to take off? 1:15? Wow, all right. Well, thank you for the heads up. Thank you. I don't know if you guys saw on social media, I think it was Saturday. Was it Saturday? The NATO plane, that A330, the Netherlands Air Force, just being informed that that aircraft, still here, will be taken off about 1:15 this afternoon. It should be a south side takeoff.
Thank you.
As long as I wasn't fed any wrong information. All right, China Eastern, the 777-300ER, heading down here to the south side.
Alright, 308, visual approach, 25 left.
308, Alpha, 25 left, 25 right, 175.
Alright, next connect. Cross 25 right,
40 Quebec, conference 25 right, 175.
Korean Air Flight 18 should be starting to taxi up there to the north side. I'm sorry, the north side.
Departure's red day left for
1966, getting hotel.
Alright, that's it.
Expedite Hotel Niner, Delta 1966, and at Lima, crossing 25 right.
Expedite Hotel 9, and was that 2425 right?
And our legend Jane continues her awesome support here today with gifting of 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support continues. Let's see those Legend Jane emojis there in the chat. Thank you so much, Jane. 50 gifted memberships here on AVL.
01, the Emperor Delta 1960.
At Kilo 1, contact track.
Peter, coming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, Peter. Plane, Trains, and Things with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. Says Boom Supersonic. Future with domestic flights. Futures, is there a place at LAX for Supersonic? Was the Concorde ever at LAX? It was one time on a demonstration flights. That's the only time the Concorde was here at LAX. I believe that was in the late 70s. Would there be a place? I think so. Do we have the most A380 gates out of any airport in the US? I feel like we do. We could convert one of those A380 gates into a supersonic gate.
25 right, contact ground point 5 traffic position.
Speed up, cross 25 right. Down this side.
No, I'm not quite sure. I mean, what do you really have to do? I mean, the nose, technically, doesn't the nose go down like the Concorde does, or did?
25 left, clear to land, 0503.
I would imagine it's super long. China Eastern continue his taxi down Kilo. We'll making a left-hand turn on the Bravo and heading to 25 right. At the same time, Korean Air Flight 18, the A380 Super, now heading to the north side.
Good morning,
The next takeoff is American Airlines Flight 613 heading to Chicago O'Hare in a 737-800. That will be followed by Latam Airlines Flight 2479 heading to Lima, Peru in a 767-300ER. Another United, this one in the Star Alliance livery, flight 1488 heading to Newark. It's a 27-year-old 757 at 200, number 4 for takeoff.
2479 tower, full length, turning to right, line up to late.
Right, line up to wait, 2479.
36 right turn, please see your beacon.
6 right turn, going to Houston, freeway.
308, short, off on the 25 right at GDX.
Hold short, 25 right to leave.
Yukon 200, caution disturbance heavy 767, day board with 050. Caution, make service turn to line up to wait.
Green Air, Flight 18 heading back to Seoul, about to make that right-hand turn out to taxiway Echo. Our next takeoff is at Latam at 767 here on the south side. Next arrival is Aloha Air Cargo, Flight 8200, coming up from Seattle, Washington, and they converted 767 to 300ER.
Afternoon, Tower Sky is 4001, visual runway 25 left, 6.5 miles.
This 4001 LA Tower, caution rate booster is 3.5 miles in trail from 767.
All right, I think Latam 767 now rolling down, though we do have special livery Alaska, the salmon people, the 737-800 arriving on the north side, now heading to Terminal 6 here on the south.
504.
All right, Latam now rolling down to 25 right.
Delta 54 at Lima, caution, the right contact on point 75. 330 to Juliet, caution, right contact on point 75.
Right, clear across runway 2, right contact ground, third wing, 308.
Consider 2479 heavy contact call departure.
Departure leopard 2429.
All right, Korean Air have now made that right-hand turn onto Echo as salmon people now head to Terminal 6.
Yukon 200, can you exit Alpha 7 for traffic safety?
Yep, can do that.
American 32, 25 right, clear for takeoff, RNAV off. Air 1488, LAX 25 right.
Aloha Air Cargo, the converted 767, turning off at Alpha 7, so we can barely see that aircraft. Though the good news is we'll see that take off a bit later in today's broadcast.
Monitor park, Yukon.
906 LA.
Tower American 2540, the ILS 25 left.
23 LA Tower, and 25 left.
Further land 25 left, turn, 540.
39 LA Tower.
Go ahead.
9366 to the end without takeoff shot as well.
Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines, Flight 32, heading to JFK. It's an A321.
Right section bomb shot. At 1488, full right, 22 right for the takeoff. The 32 LA Tower, runway 25 left.
Some good-looking
contact SoCal.
plane tails sitting there. Air Premia, ANA, Turkish, Asiana, all sitting there on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley.
Hotel 2K back. 325 right section clock check for lineup.
I believe.
4001, hold short, okay, I've read Quebec.
Hold short to Quebec, Skywest 4001.
06 now, running 25 right, is clock check clear for takeoff, running stop.
I am down, 25 right,
25 right.
Star Alliance livery in this United 757-200. We got that China Eastern 777 to be taking off here shortly. Michelle Laras, one of great mods, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle.
2543, hold short, 25 right.
Drawled with a $2 super chat says, Makeup Studio B is Kevin's shiny face created? Oh, I'd like to forget Sunday, if we could. Yes, my shiny face. Robert Brun with an awesome $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Robert. Says Kevin, Boom Supersonic does not have any engine manufacturers. They all pulled out. Well, without engines, I guess you don't have a plane. Thank you so much for your awesome support there, Robert. This flight coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. American Airlines Flight 2543. It's an A321. Our next takeoff is American Airlines heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Flight 1672, also an A321. Will be followed by China Eastern, the 777-300ER.
American 25-3 at Juliet, caution 25 right, contact 25.
On the Panewa is the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Narita, now pushing it back. This aircraft took off on the north side yesterday. The tail heading to the north, I don't know, I don't trust it. It probably will make a U-turn, head to the north side for a takeoff on 24 left.
JetBlue 320 at Juliet.
Illinois 1.
Contact on point 75.
One of my favorite.
25 right at Juliet.
Southwest Special liveries taking off there on the north side. Southwest Airlines Flight 383 heading to St. Louis in the 737-800. Also have United Airlines Flight 39, a 787-10 Dreamliner heading to Tokyo Haneda, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side.
25 right, line up and with.
Line up and wait to right and frequency 1243.
I love that Illinois 1 special livery on the 737-700 that they had. And talk about a lot of their state flag special liveries were a move from the 700s to the either a MAX 8 or an 800, including the one well, not including the one, will be eventually the Arizona state flag that we saw yesterday at the parking garage. That will eventually be moved over to a MAX 8 or a 800. But that Illinois one looked beautiful on the 700, and I gotta say, it looks even better on a stretched version on the 800. Such a cool livery. Korean Air Flight 18, the A380 Super heading back to Seoul. Now rolling it down 24 left there on the north side is China Eastern. The 777-300ER heading back to Shanghai. Flight 586 prepares for takeoff here on the south side.
6 heavy at the shoreline. Left heading 220. 25 right, start to takeoff.
Now 25 right, the shoreline left heading 20.
I kicked it back. Korean Air has not started this roll.
Right, up and wait. Delta 7 heavy, taxi via hotel to Cape and hold short on 25 right.
And via hotel.
All right, now it is rolling down at 24 left.
Right, Delta 730.
And China Eastern now starting its roll down 25 right here on the south side.
Tower morning at 447 this close.
Net 447 LA Tower, caution and Kevin, different airport, winds calm, right 25 left, right. Eastern 5 baby, turn left now heading 20.
Left now heading 220, can I
Eastern 586 heavy, contact PAL departure.
Local departure, can I use the sorry.
And heavy to standby waiting for 6 miles. Super up, complex.
39.
Let's see what this
United 39
ANA does here. Will it continue down here to the south side, or will it make a U-turn and head to the north side? We do have a United Dreamliner as our next takeoff, heading to Tokyo Haneda, Flight 39. The flight to Tokyo Haneda now rolling down to 25 right. You just never know with ANA. You just never know. Likes to go up to the north side. I think at this point it's too late to make a U-turn, so we'll make a left-hand turn onto Bravo.
Information, Echo current LAL 0 and 713 heavy at Quebec. 95 right, taxi via November, northward.
Understand, Quebec, cross runway 25, via Bravo, November, northward. 13 heavy.
United 9 heavy, contact SoCal departure.
Over SoCal,
All right, ANA now making that left-hand turn onto Bravo, south side takeoff.
4. Then taxi hotel to Julie, cross from 25 right, onto 5.
Take a look at the 7 people sitting there at the gate at Terminal 6. Plane, Trains, and Things back with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. This hypothetical question: if you and Rudy had input of interior design of a supersonic or any passenger area in a plane, what would you design or request? That's a good question. I think I have an answer to that. And first, you also gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships as well. Thank you so much, Plane, Trains, and Things. Appreciate your awesome support. All right, so your question is, what would you design? Well, you know, I just love the JetBlue Mint Suite. That is what I flew on to JFK and back from JFK, and I did that on purpose. Now, JetBlue has 2 other mints. A regular mint, which is the older, it goes 2 seats. What we call a throne seat, which is a 1 seat. That's always the seat that you really want to get because no one's sitting next to you. And then it goes 2, 1, 2. That's fine and everything, but their suites are just next level. And it's an A321neo, and how they were able to, I know in the videos that I posted, it looks like I'm crammed in there. It really is a very spacious seat. You don't feel crammed. In fact, I feel like I have more space on that A321neo on JetBlue in the Mint Suite than I did in first class on the 787-9 Dreamliner with Hawaiian. I'm not quite sure if that's even true. It just feels like you have more space. To me, I could fly on one of those A321neos, no problem. I actually was talking to Allison, one of her great mods, when I got to JFK. That flight was just about 5 hours. I said I could have flown another 5-6 hours, no problem, in that suite. And you're so relaxed. It's so nice. And I've said this before, JetBlue has got it right when it comes to the so-called first class on transcontinental flights. Now, Delta, United also had the A321neo. They have decent enough first class seats, but they don't have the suites. You're still sitting next to someone. You know, there's a big difference when you pay the price of luxury. And by the way, the Mint Suite is probably half the cost of a Delta One, by the way, probably on the same flight. So JetBlue, not overly expensive for what you're getting, but I think they've got it right in terms of comfort on the A321neo. I think Delta and United need to add suites like that. I know American on their new A321 XLRs that they're going to replace the 3 A321Ts that they do from New York to LAX. Those will have the friendship suites, and they look a lot like the Mint suites. So I think if I had to design the interior, I love the mood lighting. Blue is always a good look. Red, never a good look. Blue and the suites. Everyone gets a suite. You get a suite. We all get suites.
Airline 788, California 25 right, line up here. Fully ready.
Next takeoff is Air Canada, flight 788 heading to Toronto. A 737 MAX 8 will be followed by that ANA. On the Pond Airways flight 5 heading back to Tokyo Narita on a 787 9 Dreamliner. I will say, the Polaris, if you can get a United Dreamliner on a domestic flight, and I'm talking domestic, not international, because you're going to be paying a lot more with international. If you can get a Dreamliner to Newark to Chicago from LAX or wherever you may be, definitely do that. Polaris on the United Dreamliners, I think, is number 2 on my list for comfort. I don't know what it was about that Hawaiian first class suite. It just felt cramped to me. I don't know. It just did not have the same feel as the Polaris or JetBlue.
BJ 810 Heavy, approximate 7 Heavy will depart the inboard range.
Delta 767 heading to 25 right. Best airline food, chef's asking. Well, domestically at least, I think, again, the prize goes to JetBlue. I'm so happy to see that JetBlue has turned things around. You know, there was a time, almost 2 years ago, I was flying them to the East Coast, Boston and New York, and I was having all kinds of problems with my flights. If you guys remember, we were very late. It was very unorganized. I just remember I kept on talking about this airline has a great product, but it needs a little oil. Wait. That was me with the oil can. We. Didn't come across the way I thought.
352, full lane, 325 right, line up and wait. Service. You're getting 788, SoCal departure.
Just think of Dorothy and the Wizard of Oz putting some oil on the Tin Man. That's what I was trying to do. So,
departure frequency 24.3.
I was a little disappointed in JetBlue. I kept on giving them a try, and I kept on getting somewhat disappointed, though I didn't want to be disappointed. I really wanted things to go well, and I would say in the last year, since those original trips to New York and Boston, things have improved a lot. Of course, they pulled a lot of their flights out of LAX in terms of the A320s that were heading to SFO, and reconcentrating on performance, getting it back up to speed. And I honestly believe that they, by cutting some things, reorganizing a little bit, that they've done a great job of putting themselves back Flight 5 heading back to Tokyo Narita. We were seeing Fiji Airways, the A350-900, arriving on 25 right. So anyway, when I heard everything going on with JetBlue, when they had announced the cuts and kind of doing a little reorganizing, I thought, oh geez, you guys got to pull it together. We cannot have a flying world without JetBlue. So I'm really pleased that they have been able to turn things around.
DJ 10 heavy you on hotel, then at Cape, full circle 25 right. Until then, the Hotel 6 running Quebec CGI 10 heavy.
Fiji, of course, utilizes the west gates. Now, with Terminal 5 apparently going to be demolished and reconstructed, they're going to have to find a new home for JetBlue.
DJ 10 Bravo, head
temporary home.
25 right, ground 0.75. Big plus run and
I heard either Spirit or JetBlue are going to be occupying some of those jetways. The extension of the west gates, not only the extension, but obviously there's gates inside the west gates as well. That's what I'm hearing. I think it sounds like they're going to basically move Spirit, possibly Spirit and JetBlue, if not just one or the other, to the west gates. Now, I'm not too happy about that, and why do you say that, Kevin? Why you're not happy about that? Well, it's a brand new terminal. It's improving. It's nice. I used to call it the hottest club. The vibe there is not where it needs to be at this point. I'm sure it will be at some point. The problem with the west gates, it's a long walk. It's a really long walk to go get your bags. Now, if you guys remember, we did do a behind-the-scenes tour of the west gates, including taking you up there to that tower that you see there. Now, there is bus service between the west gates and Terminal 1.5, so I don't know if they would just move check-in at 1.5. You go check-in at 1.5, hop on the bus, and then head out to the west gates. I would assume that's probably what you're going to do. I can't imagine any other way if they're going to have you check in at Terminal 5 and then have you walk. No, I don't see that happening.
Clear command, 45 left, quarter 663 and 64 Bravo.
Thank you. November 4 Charlie Fox, turn left, Alpha 7, left turn on Alpha Tech.
Next takeoff here on the south side is a heavy Delta Airlines flight 119 heading to Papeete. It's the 767-300ER. Also, Cargo King, China Cargo Airlines flight 222 heading to Shanghai, and the 777 freighter also will be heading to the 25s here shortly. Fiji making that turn onto taxiway. Is that Papa? I believe it's November. Making that left-hand turn on November. Now I'll head to the west side of the west gates.
Takeoff 25 on that doctor.
Also, a Queen lighting up. Air China Cargo flight 8420 heading to Shanghai. It's a 747-400. Porter, flight 663, coming in from Toronto, and an E195 E2 is our next arrival here on the south side. No behind the scenes here today. Zulu Romeo 8282. The $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Zulu Romeo. Just thanks for the great stream, Kevin. Going plane spotting in Miami tomorrow, hoping to grab the British Airways A380. Do you have Miami on the list for the AVL on the road? I'll be completely honest with you, no. I know a lot of you guys want us to head to Miami. I'll never say never. Is it on the short list? No. We'll have a great time there. Hopefully you get the British Airways A380. Armin V, one of our great mods with the Super Chat. Thanks so much, Armin. Says, do you think LAX will ever expand to more than 4 runways? No. You know, originally they wanted to on the north side. That's why LAWA bought all that land. There's a lot of empty land on the north side. It runs along Westchester. Originally, they wanted to add a 3rd runway on the north side, and of course, all the neighbors said, "Don't you dare!" So, yeah, I mean, there's no way you're adding another runway here on the south side. The city of El Segundo would say, forget about it. And I think LAWA has given up on expansion on the north side, so I think they're pretty much locked in.
63 at Juliet, 25 right, cutting ground point 7.
That's Juliet, cross 2 ground point 75, borders.
Volaris flight 48331 heading to San Salvador, and A320 Neo is our next takeoff here on the south side. Porter just arriving. We'll wait for that Queen as well as that 777 freighter. Head to the 25s. Porter announcing this week that they're going to be adding service to LaGuardia. They're in New York, utilizing the E2s. It's when you start thinking about that, LAX has 4 runways that are basically used at any given time. That is a lot of runways. You know, at JFK, I didn't think about this before, but certainly had time to kind of just stare at the runways at JFK. You know, there's only 2 runways being used at any given time. One for takeoffs and one for landings, though sometimes they can kind of go back and forth. If you think about it, LAX has 4 active runways at any given time. JFK only utilizes 2. Yes, they have more than 2 runways. Of course, they change wind direction constantly, but there's only 2 runways being utilized, not 4. Of course, the London Heathrow, kind of the same way, just 2 runways. So I would say LAX is doing pretty well in terms of utilizing 4 runways constantly throughout the course of the day. Asiana, flight 201 heading back to Seoul, now pushing back. Of course, that A380 Super will head to the north side. That's true. SFO also uses 4 runways at any given time. So we have a lot of freighters going to be taken off, including that Air China Cargo 747 and Cargo King at China Cargo Airlines flight 222 heading to Shanghai. Also have China Airlines Cargo flight 5115 heading to Taipei and a 777 freighter. All 3 of those will be taken off here on the south side on the 25s.
Right at Hotel 7 and Juliet cross 25 right, kind of ground point 5 cross.
Hotel 7, 25 right on Juliet and ground point 1699.
Hurricane 222 heavy 5010 RNM Hyper runway left third takeoff.
Left RNM Hyper runway takeoff. Cargo King to the NATO heavy.
All right, Cargo King, the first to take off, 25 at left.
Southwest 400, yeah, runway 25 right in.
Affirmative, Southwest 30.
Southwest 30, 400. Press runway 25 right, change to runway 25 right, to land.
Alright, push right, clear the land, runway 25 right, Southwest 100. Tower United 7, visual 25 left.
It's flight 222, 777 freighter.
600, land 25 left, 1897. Air China for 8420, heavy launch to 25 left line of way, constantly departing heavy 777. Runway 25 left, wait, and 8420.
Oh, she was light.
Person 222, heavy contact, departure. Departure good day, Kalki.
Next takeoff on 25 right is Air Canada Flight 553 heading to Vancouver in a 737 MAX 8. I missed the top of the hour. Saying ain't so. I'm your plane jockey Kevin, back here at Imperial Hill. It is a beautiful day. The wind kind of picking up, kind of cooling down as well. So this jacket is going to stay on here today. It was nice and warm about an hour ago. See how fast the weather changes here in the Southland. I always tell you guys, if you come here, even in July, you know, July is not as warm of a month as you think it is. Bring a jacket and gloves here to Imperial Hill or on the north side, wherever you are. You just never know what it's going to be like. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Just getting started here today. We're here on the south side, overlooking the 25 runways, 25 left, 25 right. Yesterday we were on the north side at the parking garage, overlooking the 24s. All right, we got that Air China cargo 747-400 freighter now rolling down the 25 left.
3 Los Angeles Tower, party heavy Boeing 747 at the L4 5 right line of way. Unplay. I'm ready. Canada 553.
Aviation should be heading up to the north side here shortly.
Upland 3400 at ground point 75. Yeah, 1048 Los Angeles Tower, wind 25010, left middle land.
What's up, Singapore Airlines Flight 11 heading back to Tokyo Narita, 777-300ER lighting up. She's currently sitting on the southwest corner, I'm sorry, the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. Good chance for a south side takeoff.
72 Los Angeles Tower, 25 right line of way. Jet 250 at Foxtrot, runway 25 left, hold short runway 2. At Foxtrot, cross 25, short of 25 right at Foxtrot, exact jet, please.
All right, Air Canada now rolling down the 25 right.
Got 5872, 125, 10 on F down, 125 right, 36. 25 right,
Turn right. That's interesting.
Air Canada 553, contact so. Sure. Approaching Air Canada 553. 50, wind 240.
All right, Asiana heading up to the north side, flight 201 heading back to Seoul.
Docker
Not too bad. Originally scheduled departure time was 11 a.m. Currently 12:20.
38 heavy launch to list 0124 flight 0, RNAV, correction, runway 25.
United Airlines Flight 38, the 787-10 Dreamliner coming from Tokyo Haneda. Our next heavy arrival here on the south side.
Guys, 5872, contact so. Over to departure, 58, good day. Alaska 10 to Juliet, hold short, right, 25 right. That's hold short, 25. United 187 at Juliet, cross runway 25, on ground point 75.
A couple of Alaska flights now heading down to 25 right here on the south side. Includes Alaska Airlines Flight 1219 heading to Seattle, a 737-800, as well as Alaska Airlines Flight 1315 heading to Portland, and a 737-900ER.
1360, good afternoon, wind 240, what's your by heavy Boeing 787 out final, runway 25 west of lane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Big Sur Pier. Seen a lot of special liveries here today.
Minutes later, I'm passing the hill.
All right, we got that United Dreamliner. Next arrival here on the south side, 25 left. What is? Oh.
Alaska 1291, Jared Niner on Am Docker, 1025 right clear.
Clear to take off 25 right on Docker,
1315, launch over tower, 1025 right. Wait.
Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah, 38 heavy at Juliet, short rowing 25 right. Hold short 2 right at Juliet, United 38 heavy.
All right, we got that back-to-back Alaska flights going to be taken off here on the south side, 25 right. Again, this United Dreamliner coming from Tokyo Haneda. We'll be heading to Terminal 7. Pixar Pier, saying hello. They're at Terminal 6. Seeing that Singapore pushing back here. It's on the radar. Asiana making its way to 24 left there on the north side. Next takeoff is Alaska Airlines Flight 1315 heading to Portland at a 737-900ER.
A330 Heavy at Julia Cross, on ground 175. Cross 25 right at CDS, runway 75.
The United Dreamliner now allowed to cross over 25 right. What's that, Chad? Do they still have the 900 or not? So they're 5 then. 4. Wow. Were they gonna retire the 900 or the 8? Oh.
Julia Cross 25 right at Connie ground. Julia Cross 25 ground 0.75.
Oh really? Wow. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. Asiana Flight 201, the A380 Super heading back to Seoul, lined up, ready to go there on the north side. A friend Jack coming by to say hello. All right, Asiana now rolling down to 2524 left. Japan Airlines, the 777 heading back to Tokyo Haneda, now pushing it back. Hi. Yeah, we had a power, I don't know what happened overnight, about 1:30, we just lost the whole stream. So I went up there on top of the H at about 6:30 this morning, reset everything, and it just will not obey anything that we tell it to do. So we've contacted the manufacturer.
Okay,
so
it's just like, I usually put it on.
Yeah. Well, lesson learned, you know? It's our first issue with them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we'll have the north side. We should start on it next week.
Are you going to hang it with the H?
Yeah, the H, yeah. What's your name? Steven, nice to meet you. Would you like some stickers?
Double 424 launch, 25 right, line up and wait. 25 right, double 420.
2020, all right. Stickers and some cards. Nice to meet you. We'll get that camera fixed. Thank you. Yeah. If you guys are wondering what's going on with the 24-hour camera high atop the H Hotel, We had a power, something went berserk overnight. We're trying to figure out what it was. Could have been internet issues, not related to the hotel. They knocked the network out. So I got a bunch of texts this morning. I went up to the H Hotel. Of course, our contractor is not, he's on vacation this week. You know, Murphy's Law, right? So the contractor's on vacation. He can still tap into it remotely, thankfully. But I had to go down there just to make sure all the electronics were in working order. And I had to reboot everything this morning. And for whatever reason, camera 1 is just overexposed. So we've gone in there and tried to tell it, you know, you're overexposed. Can you bring down the iris a little bit? And it's not responding to any of our commands. So we've reached out to the manufacturer. Hopefully they can get it resolved. But we're well aware. Camera 1 on our 24-hour live feed, a little overexposed here today. I say it's our first technical issue. I'd love to say hopefully our last, but I don't think that's the case. It's a JetBlue A321 Neo heading to JFK, flight 424, taking off there. Next takeoff will be United Airlines flight 1994, heading to Houston, Texas, in a 737 MAX 9. Of course, you're looking at Japan Airlines flight 15, the flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda in a 15-year-old 777-300ER. Should be seeing that Singapore flight 11, which is just around the corner there, should also be pushing back. We also see Turkish flight 180 heading back to Istanbul, and that A350 also lighting up.
Back here, Los Angeles, Carolina, my boy.
Francis gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Francis. Wayno with a $10.11 super chat through PayPal. Thank you so much, Wayno. Says, go AVL. We know it's still a long road, but great to see your shoulder improving every day. We see ya. Well, thank you so much, Wayno. Yeah, it's a long process. It's a long process. Well, thank you so much, Wayne. We appreciate your support. James from Baco with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, James. It's time to get back to Hawaii. I was watching the clip of the 737-200s. Memories of clicking those ashtrays in the armrest. Oh, yeah, isn't that a good memory? You know, you get a little nervous tick. You just, the ashtray. Back forth, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. You know what I'm talking about. Yes, Hawaii definitely on the short list once again.
Wind 2, please. Wind 250 at 11. At 1994, wind 251, got 25, RNM doctor, 25, takeoff.
Are clear for takeoff, runway 25 right, United 294.
All right, so Japan Airlines did 777, now heading down to 25 right. Still have yet to see the Turkish A350 or the Singapore 777. Both of those still sitting there at Tom Bradley. Also still waiting on China Airlines cargo flight 5115 heading to Taipei, and a 777 freighter will be heading to the 25s. Our next takeoff is United Airlines flight 1994 heading to Houston, and a 737 MAX 9. Air China cargo flight 3126 coming in from Mexico City. A 777 freighter is the next arrival here on the south side. A lot more plane spotters coming out to Imperial Hill. I think the word has gotten out that the NATO A330 flew in on Saturday from Phoenix. It's been sitting here. Actually, if you went down Aviation Boulevard, you would have saw it near the Proud Bird sitting there since Saturday. It's the Netherlands Air Force. The word is it's going to be taken off around 1 p.m. this afternoon. So in the next 30 to 40 minutes. Of course, our 24-hour cameras caught that arrival on Saturday. Looks like a turnoff on Alpha 7 for the Air China cargo 777 freighter.
120 heavy, turn left down to 7, left turn on it now. Alpha 7, that's Alpha, overarching, we'll have a direction over.
Japan Airlines to 777 heading down to 25 at right. Next arrival is Air France flight 22 coming up from Paris at 777-300ER.
Air 15 heavy, runway 25 right, only left away, running traffic up. Down at 15, runway right, ran at the wait. Tower, straight wings, approaching Honda, visual, blah blah. Current 810 Los Angeles, Joshua turbulent, preceded by heavy Boeing 777 on short final, heavy 777 also report the aboard, wind advisory 1, 25 left to land. 25 left to land, Spirit 810. Japan Air 5, heavy wind 250, 1 RNAV Docker, runway 25 right, clear. Right to down air, 15, 25 right, clear approach, take down.
Air France arriving 25 left, 25 right for China. I'm sorry, Japan Airlines, the 777 heading back to Tokyo Haneda. Speaking of Japan Airlines, we have the One World Dreamliner now pushing back. This flight headed to Tokyo Narita, flight 61. The 787-9 Dreamliner will hope for a south side takeoff on this one. course, Air France heads to the west gates.
Heavy contact SoCal.
SoCal departure Japan Avenue.
Air France now crossing over 25 right. We'll head to the west gates. There's some interesting people hanging or driving by or on a skateboard or hanging out at an Imperial Hill. Have a Delta A330 900 taking off there on the north side. So I think I finally, as long as I'm being told the right information, that American hangar will be torn down. When, I don't know. But of course, we've been talking about this forever. Will it be torn down to make way for some gateways, or jetways, at the extension of the west gates?
American 658, wind 2501, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Docker, clear for takeoff, 25 right, again, 658.
United 18, runway 25 right, line up away.
25 right, United 18.
Next takeoff here on the south side is a flight heading to Miami, Florida. American Airlines flight 658, 737 at MAX 8. We'll be followed by United Airlines flight 1819 heading to Chicago O'Hare in a 737 at 900ER. We're hoping for a south side takeoff on this One World livery on the Japan Airlines 787-9 Dreamliner flight 61 heading back to Tokyo Narita. Still waiting on Turkish, the Dreamliner, I'm sorry, the A350 to push back, still sitting there. Also have United Airlines flight 198 heading to Shanghai, a 787-9 Dreamliner also lighting up on the radar. Still waiting on the Singapore 777 to also push back. You see it on the flight radar, still sitting there at the gate. Hello.
Airline J10 Juliet cross 95 on ground 175.
5 right there, Juliet over to ground
1819 contact SoCal departure.
Departure today, United 1819.
Spirit flight touching down here on the south side. This flight coming in from Atlanta. Spirit Airlines flight 810. It's an A320 Neo. Now head to Terminal 5. keeping my eye on the plane spotters to my right. A lot of them have binoculars and are looking out toward the northeast corner of the airport. That is where that NATO A330 is located.
Yeah, 2861 at Julia Truck.
Spencer with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Spencer. Says, hi, Kevin. Does any airline have any old ATA planes? Yes. And matter of fact, they do. Sun Country. A lot of their older 737-800s were originally ATA. I don't know how many, but some of the United 757-300s were also ATAs as well. So they're still out there. Avenor 0293 becoming a gold member once again. Thank you so much, Avenor. If you're asking about the old 727s and the L1011s, those are all gone with ATA. Tell you the best clip of an ATA L1011 was in Die Hard 2. You guys remember that? That was the plane John McClane's wife. You know, they were running out of fuel. They had to land the plane. It was an ATA. Was it? Wait, was it the ATA? There was an ATA. Oh, wait. Let me take this back. There was an ATA 727 that was part of that whole landing sequence. Was that an ATA L1011 that was used as that landing shot? Now I gotta go back and watch it. I know there was an ATA full livery in one of those planes in Die Hard 2. Now I'm starting to think it was the 727. Speaking of Die Hard. Let's take a look at Nakatomi Plaza. Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines Flight 274 heading to JFK. It's an A321. Still waiting to see where this One World livery with Japan Airlines heads. Japan Airlines starting its taxi. Oh, NEA L1011 Northeast Airlines. I believe, though, that was... I don't know if they repainted it just for the movie. I believe that was an ATA L1011 that was also used. Looks like good news. The One World livery on the Dreamliner now heading to 25 right. Cathay Pacific Flight 882 coming in from Hong Kong on a 777-300ER. Just 7 minutes out will be a north side arrival. United Airlines Flight 2679 coming in from Newark on a very rare 767-300ER here at LAX is our next arrival. There's a lot of plane spotters here at Imperial Hill that are just out here for that NATO plane. Some of these guys have been out here spotting for, I want to say, at least 30, 40 years. I recognize some of them. You know it's a big deal when they show up. It's a big deal. United Dreamliner heading to Shanghai, flight 198, heading down to 25 right will be the first takeoff before the One World livery on the Japan Airlines Dreamliner. Singapore now pushing back. NATO plane is actually going to take off. It's the Netherlands Air Force. It's an A330. Arrived on Saturday, last Saturday. Will be taken off. It's been sitting here on the northeast corner of LAX. Like I said, if you went down Aviation Boulevard, if you were heading north or south, heading to Proud Bird, wherever. I know Rudy and I saw it as we were heading to the Proud Bird on Sunday. It was just sitting right there next to Aviation Boulevard. That's Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 coming in from London Heathrow at A350 1000, 3 minutes out would be a Southside arrival. As the Lufthansa Queen Flight 456 comes in from Frankfurt on the 747-8 Intercontinental, just 4 minutes out. Of course, that will be a North Side arrival.
First 7 from a heavy loss was Dr. Jones, reached by heavy loss 767, 787 to proceed inboard and went 1125 left, cleared to land to turn into Hotel Niner, please. United 2079 heavy at Juliet Cross, 25 right to contact ground, 0.75.
Juliet Cross, 2 right contact ground, United 26.
All right, let me show you this very rare United 767 300 ER. Of course, I think this is the third day we've seen a 767 here.
United 198 heavy losses for departing traffic off the north pump. Stopping off your runway 25 right, full length line of way. Line of way, runway 25 right, United 198 heavy.
That Lufthansa Queen heading toward the north.
So 510 Los Angeles Air Factory Challenge. The heavy Airbus A330 on a 2-mile runway support here at 11, runway 25 left.
Flight 456 coming in from Frankfurt.
United 198 heavy 1240 RNAV Docker, runway 25, clear for takeoff. RNAV Docker, clear for takeoff, 198. And 6-1 Heavy lost air caution. Turbulence, runway 25 right, pulling left away.
Japan 06, line up, 25 right.
I've got that United Dreamliner going to be taking off first here on the south side, followed by that Japan Airlines One World Dreamliner. Also just had Virgin Atlantic Flight 7 arriving from London Heathrow, landing here on the south side.
That was 1150, visual 25 left. Japan Air 61, Heavy 12 tree at, actually at Japan Air 61, continue holding position for 25 right. 1250, we launch the air contact, air left, point up 87, 1 forward, like air 1 or 25 left. Good left, 25 left, southwest, 1150. First does Bravo, head taxi via hotel, then it came back full 25 right. Yes, sir, hotel, then it came back full 25 right, reverse to Bravo Heavy.
All right, up next is that Japan Airlines in the One World livery.
Wind 2401, and Doctor, runway 25 right,
Air Premia, the Dreamliner heading back to Seoul, now pushing back from Tom Bradley.
Airline 307, police air, caution turbulence, runway 25 right line. I have a 125.
Tail also heading to the north, could be a south side takeoff.
First 7 Bravo Heavy at Cape Back full.
All right, the One World livery in the Dreamliner now rolling down the 25 right. Head back to the north side, Cathay Pacific, the 777-300ER coming up from Hong Kong. Next arrival, 24 right.
Got 34 lost in this air, 123.011, runway. Good land. Third land, got 3634, trade con affirmative. 07 wind, 230 at 1, Docker, runway 25 right, so takeoff. Docker, 25 right, clear.
Singapore now heading for a south side takeoff to 25 right.
25 right. 510, hold short, 5 right, take 8 number. And away to my right, well, good. Leave off my window. Said Alaska 35, dial at 25 left. 15, who's for or visual actually for 2. Let's get 1335. 1335, lost in air, wind 231, runway 25 left to land.
And it is officially 1 p.m. I am your plane jockey, Kevin. It's getting a little chilly out here. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, back here at Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for tuning in for the Super Tuesday show here in LAX. Hope you guys are all having a great week so far. I think I'm getting over the case of having the Mondays on a Tuesday. See, it doesn't last very long. Once you get out here, you start taking in the planes and you enjoy the beautiful weather here in Southern California. As long as all of you are joining me here today, Good to have you. See, we can all have a great Tuesday together. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Much more to go. Just getting started here today. Also, should be seeing that NATO A330 Netherlands Air Force Fleet will be taking off here on the south side.
Continue taxi via Hotel, then at Lima, hold short 125 Lima, hold short 2.
I gotta tell you, it was freezing high atop the H Hotel at about 6:30 this morning. If you guys were watching the 24-hour live stream, I was trying to yell into the microphone. I think some of you heard me. I know Armin heard me. I couldn't believe how cold it was. Oh, Emily heard me because Emily said, I was like, why is it colder up here high atop the H Hotel than it was in New York at 17 degrees last week? It's that chilly dampness. The cold comes off the ocean. I was more cold high atop the H Hotel than I was in New York last week. Alright, the Lufthansa Queen going to be making a right-hand turn onto Kilo. Going to be stopped in her tracks. So we do have a LATAM Dreamliner. This flight heading to Sao Paulo. LATAM Airlines flight 8087 and 787-9 Dreamliner just pushed back. So it's going to be a few minutes for the Queen to make its way to the gates at Tom Bradley. Now we do have the 7 people, 737-800. Looks like it's heading to the north side, more than likely heading back to Seattle or Portland.
$13.35 at Juliet. 25 right track, will be positioned on the ground point up. Departure.
I don't know. I'm no ground controller, but if I was the ground controller in that one, I would have had it made a right-hand turn onto Lima, if possible. Continue south on Lima, then make a turn and head directly into the gate. But what do I know?
34 without delay, next right turn, Hotel 4. Hotel 4,
Turkish, the A350 now pushing back. Singapore, flight 11, the flight heading to Tokyo Narita under 777-300ER, number 2 for takeoff here on the south side. The 7 people livery heading to Seattle, that is flight 1083 with Alaska Airlines and this 18-year-old 737-800. Air Premia looking like it's heading here to the south side. Ooh, look at this engine start. Smoky. I think it's over there at the United Tech Ops Center for some engine repair.
It is Hotel Lima for white turbulence, plan for 25 right full length. If Foxtrot cross right, left full short, 25 right. All
right, Speedbird just touching down here on the south side. British Airways flight 283. Also at the big Q, Qatar Airways in the One World livery, flight 739 coming up from Doha. Next arrival on the north side.
Number 688 Hotel Lima, runway 25 left, line up away, yield depart right away. Beaver 280, heavy, continue Hotel Lima, hold short, 25 right. Hotel Lima, hold 5 right, 283, heavy. 34 at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact ground, 75. Got 36, 34 Juliet, cross 25 right, contact ground, 75. 5 right at Juliet, contact ground, 36. Beaver 283. Beaver 283 heavy, what are you? 3 heavy, stay for Some all place, Beaver 283 heavy, Hotel, Lima, hold short, 25 right. For 283
283 at Juliet, cross runway 25.75. 422, right at 0.65, good.
Have a 777 freighter crossing over us.
November in Hotel Lima, wind 23012, runway 25 left there, takeoff.
China Airlines cargo, 777 freighter. We'll be heading to the 25s.
Skywest 625, our nav Yankee 25.
Got 6285, Middle Tower, wind 230, runway 25 left to the lane, caution return 177, depart the airport.
Clear to land, runway 25 left, 6285.
Well, a lot of action. Air Premia making its way to 25 right. They just pushed back the Air New Zealand 777. That will be towed out to the remote area of LAX. British Airways heading to Tom Bradley. Turkish not just pushing it back. The LATAM Dreamliner now starting its taxi, and the Lufthansa Queen still waiting to head to its gate. All right, well, the LATAM now heading on over to Lima. That might be heading to the north side, maybe, because Cathay Pacific. It's like a chess game, I'm telling you. Here, no, so Cathay Pacific is not making a left-hand turn on the Lima. So LATAM making a left-hand turn on the Lima. We'll head here to the south side. British Airways, Flight 283 coming up from London Heathrow, heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. And that's more than likely where that Cathay Pacific 777 is also heading.
That's American 24, boys, ILS, left long 20. Your way launch here, 4012, run 25 left to the lane,
Singapore is our next heavy departure here on the south side. Singapore Airlines, Flight 11 heading to Tokyo Narita on the 777 at 300ER. Turkish is looking like a south side takeoff as well with that tail to the north. The China Airlines cargo flight that just flew over us coming in from Taipei, a 777 freighter, flight 5138, about 5 minutes out from arrival. Emirates, flight 216, coming in from Dubai, the A380 Super, not just 9 minutes out, coming in from the northwest, so coming in on the downwind leg. At least we can see it here in a few seconds. Yeah, will the Queen now be able to make its way to the gate? Singapore now starting its roll down 25 right. We're not going to see the Queen heading into the gate. All right, on to Singapore. Let's head to the Emirates A380 Super.
Heading in your left turn, heading 220.
It is if the camera can find it. There we go.
JetBlue 388, 1250, RNAV down.
The 215 coming up from Dubai, now just 5-6 minutes out from touching down there on the north side.
Turn right, line up and wait.
Having contact still down departure. Another bump. Number 1 heavy. Got 6285. Turn. Right turn hotel. Hold turn. Right turn hotel. Short of Gulf West.
285. Chuck back in on all the action out here outside of Tom Bradley. LATAM now making that left-hand turn onto Bravo. Turkish still being pushed back. The Queen now at its gates.
United 493, wind 211, our nav dock, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Runway 25 right, clear for takeoff, on our south.
Next takeoff here on the south side is United Airlines Flight 493, a brand new A321neo heading to Denver. Getting closer to that time where the NATO A330 was going to be taken off. I had originally heard at 1:15 p.m. Jack said at 1 o'clock, so 1:15. We're in that time span now. I see all the plane spotters here at Imperial Hill. They are taking a look. They're at the northeast corner of the airport. That's where that airplane is been parked since Saturday.
24, 08 at Juliet, full 5 right. Juliet, short of 5 right, American 24-0.
Livery, the big Q, heading to the gates. Not quite sure. Sometimes it heads to the west gates. Sometimes it heads to Tom Bradley.
Heavy launch in air, wind 241, running 25 left to land. My left, that is 25 left to land. Turn 11, wind 2.011, our nav dock, running 25 right, pick up.
Also saw the One World Dreamliner with Japan Airlines took off here on the south side not too long ago. Turkish looking like it's about to start its taxi here. Should be a south side takeoff on 25 right. Air Premier, number 3 for takeoff.
Yeah, we're ready. Foxtrot's fine for last destination. Take that Foxtrot, hold short, right, 25 right. Short of 25 right at Foxtrot 11.
Miko Sky becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much.
American 11, contact SoCal departure. Just departure, American 7. Good day.
Turkish with the taxi lights on. Should be a south side takeoff here on the south side at 25 right. Emirates number 2 for arrival on the north side. We do have that China Airlines Cargo 777 freighter as our next heavy arrival here on the south side. As I mentioned, I'm a little bit farther to the west here at an Imperial Hill, and there's a lot of plane spotters here at an Imperial Hill. They're all excited about that NATO plane. So landing shots for your plane jockey Kevin right now, not the best. All right, so the big Q, the One World Livery heads into the gates there on the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. Emirates now just crossing the 110 freeway will be the next arrival on the north side at 24 right as Turkish makes that left-hand turn onto Bravo, now headed to 25 right.
Good day, guys. Question, please. United 1770, 14, taxi. Airplane 102 heavy up shoreline, heading 220, wind 220, runway 25 right to takeoff.
All right, let's head to the north side. The Emirates A330 Super next arrival.
The mail 102 comfort, right to 5 right. Airplane 102 heavy, left heading at 220 at the shoreline, runway 2 takeoff. Shoreline 220 and 5 right. Line 4. C-138 heavy, turn left there down 7 left, turn 105. That's 1771, time 3 turbulence, runway 25, different ways. That's 1777, cross down fuel. Last 6 contact open. Got 625 south cross, runway 5 right contact, ground point. 5, be holding position. Act off from
Air Premier taking off here on the south side.
American 2408, south 25 right track, forward, clear across the 5 right. 2643, track, left, headed, check, exit, cross the ground point up 5. I'm going to go back on your side now, 26. Airplane 102 heavy, begin turn heading 220.
No, head to the airplane at 1.
Next takeoff here on the south side is United Airlines flight 1774 heading to Vegas on a 737-800. Be followed by that LATAM Dreamliner heading to Sao Paulo, Brazil. LATAM Airlines flight 8087 having United 757-200 heading to Houston, Texas. United Airlines flight 1591. Also that Turkish A350-900 flight 180 heading back to Istanbul. Also heading down for the south side, as well as United Airlines flight 1855 heading to Newark in a 787-10 Dreamliner. So Cathay Pacific ended up heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley, as well as Speedbird, flight 283. Boy, there is a lot of plane spotters here showing up. I guess the word has gotten out about the NATO A330.
7 miles, still fast on the regional. Cab 887 heavy, wind 2 at Niner, Arnett Docker, 125 right. Not Docker, clear, 21 right. That's 1 line, Airline, sorry, but this way, it's not off the airport, 1025 left and away. We're going to 1774, contact SoCal. Good day,
Next up is that Dreamliner heading to Brazil. LATAM Airlines flight 8087.
1087 Heavy, contact SoCal departure.
Call departure now, 1087. Bye.
Up next is that 757 at 200, 26-year-old bird heading to Houston, Texas. United Airlines Flight 1591. Be followed by those two heavies, Turkish Airlines, the A350 and the United Dreamliner. Lots of people waiting for that NATO A330 here at an Imperial Hill. Sometimes it's a waiting game.
Turkish 12 X1230 and Docker. 5 right clear for takeoff.
The Emirates A380 Super about to make a right-hand turn onto taxiway Kilo. We'll head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Turkish now rolling down at 25 right.
Bar 1714 at Juliet, 25 right, take gate number. Juliet, point up to 5 right, to gate 201 Bravo. Bar 1714. Bar 1714 and verify it. Hold shortly, 25 right. Cut up to 5 right.
Next takeoff here on the south side of United Airlines Flight 1855 heading to Newark in the 787-10 Dreamliner.
Heavy contact, United 1855 Heavy 120 and have Docker runway 25 here to take off. I know Docker,
Should be making that left-hand turn here shortly.
West Kelly Foxtrot, caution jet blast at cross right 25 right, turn right out of Brock. Next pulling. Foxtrot traffic will cross downfield, 25 right, full like line away. United 18, heavy contact, SoCal departure. United 85.
A Cessna 340A is our next takeoff here on the south side. Emirates heading into the gates.
Like us, Fort Charlie Foxtrot, Joshua Airline, departed to Heavy 787, 40 at 10. We're going to have aircraft discard the RNAV, runway 25, takeoff.
So apparently a Flight Radar 24 has changed some things on my iPad overnight. So now I have every single plane that's flying around. I don't have my filter set up because apparently I don't have anything set up on the iPad. So now it's showing me basically everything flying around. And so I'm clicking on these little planes that I find interesting. I just saw a Hunter Aviation Hawker Hunter MK-58 flying off the coast. The plane is 66 years of age. Just a random plane.
Hello, American 3 with you.
3 launch at tower, wind at 250, 10, we're going to 5 left for land. Turn left heading 200.
What's up, Alviner?
Left heading 200.
How are you? You out here for the NATO plane? Did you get a time for that? No?
The Fort Charlie Foxtrot, contact SoCal Sport.
Fort Charlie Fox, get it.
15.
1979, launch to the Sierra, runway 25, right line.
Yeah, that's what they said.
Right line up away, American. 1979.
Any update? What's that? We're on YouTube. Yeah, airline videos. Yeah. We're on Instagram too. Any update on the NATO plane? I'm 37. All right. All right, about 9 minutes out for the NATO A330. Now we're here at 1:37 p.m. They're in no rush. Do we know where they're going? Do we know where they're going off to? They're going back to Germany. Oh, Cologne. Off to Cologne, Germany. They're in Deutschland at that NATO A330. I've actually been in Cologne. Never got out of the car, but I drove through Cologne. We were driving. Where were we driving? I don't know. I drove all over Deutschland. Were we driving? I feel like, isn't Düsseldorf near Cologne? I don't know. I think that was the first, yeah. That would have been my first time in Germany. So we flew into Frankfurt. And then we drove all over the place. And Cologne was one of the cities we drove through. We didn't stop. I remember seeing planes from a distance. Well, we were on our way to Hansel and Gretel's barn out in the middle of the forest somewhere. I should probably tell you what I was doing. I ran a video production company like 15 years ago, and I was hired by a company here out of Los Angeles. I was living in Phoenix at the time to go produce, shoot case study videos on their microturbines. A lot of these places that we shot these videos, that's why I went to South America. You know, my stories about Bolivia, Colombia, all that jazz, Amazon forest. It was the same company that hired me to go out and produce those stories. You can find them actually on YouTube. If you type in Capstone Microturbine, that was the company based in Chatsworth here in California. Any of their case study videos that were shot 15 years ago in in Europe and South America. Those are the ones that I shot and produced. So I believe we were heading to a paper recycling plant. It seriously was in the forest in the middle of nowhere, in this old building that had probably been standing for over 100 years. And what they did is they took recycled magazines or newspapers or whatever, and they basically boiled that and then made, I think, paper products like cardboard and stuff like that. So that job, freelance job, shooting those videos for that microturbine company really took me to some interesting places that I would have never been to, including the Amazon forest. Where I don't think your plane jockey will ever go again. I think once is enough for that experience. That was American Airlines Flight 26 coming in from Tokyo Haneda on a 787-8 Dreamliner. All right, all the plane spotters, including all of us, waiting on that NATO A330. Aware.
Juliet, cross 2 and over to ground. Good day, locked up at 31.
Jose with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Jose. Thomas with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Thomas. So look, Kevin, semester off to a great start. Got a fresh, sexy fade haircut. Very nice. Question: would 51 degrees in La Crosse, Wisconsin be appropriate to wear shorts? For you guys in Wisconsin, absolutely, 100%. For us in Southern California, I don't know. It might be a little too chilly for us. We heard that NATO A330 is going to be taken off at 1:37. That is 3 minutes from now. I don't see any movement out there on the far east corner, so hopefully we'll get another update here. Next takeoff here on the south side is American Airlines flight. Well, I don't think they reset their transmitter. 2543. This flight was coming in from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Not quite sure where it's heading to. You're looking at American Airlines flight 1990 pushing back from Terminal 4. Actually came from Terminal 5. This flight heading to Miami, Florida in an A321 Neo.
2543 Los Angeles Tower, runway 25 right.
Runway 25 right, for American 2543.
Offloading that Emirates A380 Super. Frontier Flight 1062, flight heading to Phoenix, Arizona, in an A320 Neo in Marshall, the ring-tailed cat livery,
tower,
heading down for a south side takeoff. I think I remember seeing this one on the Sunday show, and I thought it was a real house cat. I remember I was all excited for Rudy. I said, Rudy, I think they have a house cat on the tail of this Frontier plane.
That's 4130, going hotel, hold short, runway 25 ready. Yep.
Hotel, hold short, 25 ready, Juliet. 4133.
Burton Aviation. Did you find one of my old videos? Hi, how's it going? You out here for that NATO plane? Oh.
Steering 265, just start, winds 23010, runway left for the land. 25 left for the land.
Oh, it should be taken off. Should have already.
Okay, 4130. Yeah. Cross runway 25 right.
United Airlines flight 1635, a flight heading to Dulles, 757 to 300 is our next takeoff here on the south side. Looks like a lot Polish Airlines, the 787-8 Dreamliner coming in from Warsaw, flight 21, just 8 minutes out, will be a south side arrival on 25 left.
United 1635, runway 25 right, 4 wind, cross the lane.
Line of only 25 right, United 1635.
Set your 16, traffic on the 3.5 mile finalized clock. Cross runway 25 left and hold 25 right. 25, jet 167. Let me know when you're fully ready. Reaching for 1.
Yeah, I agree, Allison. Toby, Rudy's cat needs to be on the tail of a Frontier plane. I have never, ever in my life seen a cat act like a human being than Toby, Rudy's cat. Rudy has 2 cats, Daisy and Toby. Complete opposite of each other. Daisy wants nothing to do with you. Toby wants everything to do with you. Until he's had enough of you. And then he just starts smacking you. Smack, smack. We've all been smacked by Toby. American Airlines flight 1988, a flight coming in from Charlotte, A321 NEO, that's touching down here on the south side. I'd get a cat. I would definitely get a cat if I wasn't allergic to him.
Schedule 167, 1210 on that Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot. Steering 265, hold short, step right at Juliet. Hold short, 25 right. And where do you park today?
Renee, I might be like you. I might just be slightly allergic. When I was a kid, I was really allergic to cats. I remember my mom got a cat, maybe a few cats through the course of the years. And I remember I was allergic to it. I haven't spent enough time around at Toby and Daisy to know if I am still allergic to cats. Maybe I should tell Rudy. Rudy, you need me to babysit your cats. Bring them over to the office. Let them roam around for about half of a day. We'll see if Kevin starts having an allergic attack.
American 1990, expect a couple minutes in position, traffic will process. American 1990. American 1988, traffic hold in position at LAX, 25 right, ground point 9 o'clock.
25 right, Juliet, ground point 75.
Series 265, traffic hold in position, cross runway 25 right at LAX, ground point 78. Your flight 10-6, contact look at apart.
Good day, Frontier 10.
All right, 1:42 p.m. I don't see any movement on the NATO plane. I think between you and I think we're getting fed some bad info.
Up to 1 heavy, Los Angeles Tower, wind 10, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land to 1 left, 1 heavy.
Next takeoff here on the south side is that flight heading to Miami, American Airlines flight 1990, A321 Neo, followed by American Airlines flight 1658 heading to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas in an A321. While Polish Airlines flight 21 coming up from Warsaw, the 787-8 Dreamliner is our next arrival here on the south side. With a heavy arrival on the north side, Delta Airlines flight 767 coming in from JFK and the 767-300ER.
American 9, wind 220 on that Docker. 5 right, takeoff.
I have Docker 2, clear for takeoff, American 1990.
Air Canada Express Jazz CRJ 900 arriving there on the north side. Head to LAX, Polish Airlines, the 787-8 Dreamliner coming in from Warsaw, flight 21.
American 1658, runway 2, ground point.
5 right, line up away, American 58.
American 137 heavy, roll 25 left.
American 658, wind 2309 on that dock. 25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right. Takeoff on F Docker, American 16.
Lock to 1 heavy. Argument.
1. Go for it.
Lock to 1 heavy, taxi, hook Lima, hold short, runway 25 right.
Hotel Lima, hold short, 2 on heavy.
American 7 heavy, Los Angeles Tower, cautionary turbulence, intro, Dreamliner, wind 2309er. 5 left, land.
5 left, clear to land, American 137.
Sun is playing tricks on us right now.
Runway 25 right, Ticket 1658, contact look at departure. American.
So light usually heads to the north side of Tom Bradley. Next up, the arrival here on the south side is American Airlines Flight 137 coming in from London Heathrow. It's a 777-200 ER.
Got 16, wind 2209 on F dot. Right 25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right, clear for takeoff, Skyline 40.
Let's check to see where the lot is going here today. Maybe heading into the gates on the south side of Tom Bradley.
Pick 137 heavy taxi, hotel 22.
Hotel, the Julie American 137.
Where is it? On the left or the right hand side of the tree? Left side. There we go. That's the NATO A330. Thank you, Alvinor. Alvinor 0293 out here. Going to be grabbing a shot of the NATO A330. The lights now on. So we should be seeing it taxiing over to more than likely 25 right. Looks like it's already moving. Also, on the Nippon Airways Flight 126, coming up from Tokyo Haneda, 787-9 Dreamliner, number 2 for arrival on the north side. All right, we'll come back. What's that? Oh, sure. I've met you before, haven't I? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we met before. Yeah, let's do it.
800 with you, sorry, you guys ready?
Where are you from?
800 with you. Traffic's on a 12-mile fine overway. Left blocking away.
Yeah. Do you work for the airline? No? Okay. Oh, there you go. Excellent. Sounds like a nice day. Well, excellent. I don't know. I thought that I had met you before. Well, thank you. Oh, geez. 4 years. It'll be 4 years in April. Yeah, it was kind of just coming out of COVID. April, what would that be? 2021? April 2021? Were you one of the original viewers back then? Really? Oh my gosh. Oh wow. That was 2022, that photo? Wow.
Off 800, you with me, 2301, Runway 25, left there.
We'd like to. Well, we were going to make it into, we were going to do the podcast, we were going to do video podcasts, and then just create an audio version of it. Which is, you know, with my arm situation and with these new AI cameras, we just, top priority kind of goes to other things. But eventually we'd like to get back to it, yeah. Yeah, we have a podcast, believe it or not. Oh, Captain JC. It did take a lot of time, and then we're going to be adding the north side next week. So, yeah, that's where kind of the priority kind of takes right now. Rudy's busy during the week. You know, he's a school teacher, so trying to get him to come on down here to do a podcast, it's like next to impossible. Bronchitis. Yes, nobody's got time for that. Well, yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you. Have a good trip. What time do you take off? Okay. At 7? Yeah. Oh my gosh, wow. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, I'll be long gone. Oh yeah. Well, one of our IA cameras is kind of having a bad day. It's not understanding what we're trying to tell it. So we have a little issue with it. All right, so I've got the eyes on that NATO plane, that Netherlands Air Force A330. It pushed back, should start its taxi to more than likely 25 right here any second. It is now officially on the radar, heading to Cologne there in Deutschland, Cologne, Germany. It's flight 69, NATO operated by the Netherlands Royal Air Force. It's an A330-200 MRTT, just 4 years of age. Yeah, it's yep. That's what all the plane spawners are out here, hoping to get a shot of.
1242 visual.
Southwest 1242 Los Angeles Terra, wind 108, runway 25 left, clear to land.
5 left, clear to land. 1242.
Approaching the 2 p.m. hour.
Service 223, turn right, cross 25 right at Juliet, contact ground plane 25.
Turn right, cross
Right, we do have a special livery, Alaska Horizon, and the Go Dogs special livery in this E-Jet.
Multi-69 heavy loss.
All right, the A330 NATO plane is now on the move, heading more than likely to 25 right.
Afternoon tower, JetBlue 20, say 6.5 miles, final for
201 Los Angeles, Castaway turbulence, heavy A330 will depart wind 24012, runway 25, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, 201.
Multi-9 heavy, wind 24013 on that dock, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
It all of a sudden got really quiet. You can hear a pin drop. What's that? Oh, that was a pin dropping?
Southwest 1242, hold, runway 25 right at lead.
All right, so that A330 hiding behind the China Airlines cargo 777 freighter. Now starting its roll down to 25 right.
American 1459, Los Angeles, 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land. 5 left, American 1459.
Wind 240 out, 1 left. Yeah, 2230, prepare taxi full lane, right ready.
That's taxi full lane, over. January 2234.
Thank you. Hopefully, flat right. There's 9234, cut, go like a full lane, number 25 right.
25 right, line up. 2234.
Well, there you go. On the Pond Airways, Flight 126, operated by Air Japan, coming from Tokyo, Haneda 787-9 Dreamliner, heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Nice.
Steve, I'm
That went a little bit longer than I thought.
United 2234, 24010 on that doctor, and 25 takeoff.
All right, on the pond, making those final turns, heading into Tom Bradley. We also have the all Dreamliner heading back to Tel Aviv, flight 6, not pushing back from the west gates.
JetBlue 201, turn right.
And it is just after the top of the hour. It is officially just after 2:02 p.m. here in the beautiful Los Angeles, California. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, back here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Lots of action still to come, so don't go anywhere. Sit back, relax. I got you covered here at the ever so famous Imperial Hill here in El Segundo, California. All right, as we continue on here.
6435, that was 435 left and away.
Next takeoff is United Airlines flight 2234 heading to SFO in a 737 MAX 8. Did you get a good shot? Yeah? Yeah.
JetBlue 201, cross runway 25, via contact ground point 75. Runway Juliet. United 234, contact JetBlue.
All right. How are you? Good? Freedom. Why? What's going on?
23011, 5 left, clear to land.
Oh, that's right. That's right. When does that start? Monday? Oh boy. You nervous? Yeah. Well, I get it. It's the next chapter of your life. Well, don't overthink it. That's what I try to tell myself all the time. Don't overthink everything. I know. Well, come out here and watch some planes, get your mind off of it. Are you excited though? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh my gosh. And you passed them all? Wow. Yeah.
Wait for time for JetBlue 687. Thank you. 5060 Los Angeles Tower, traffic cross down 25 right on the way.
Yeah. Wow. Oh my gosh. I wouldn't have passed the math. They said, forget about it. You're not going anywhere. Oh, you do? Over here talking to Alviner 0293. Starts a new chapter in his life on Monday. He's nervous, excited. It looks like they are closing at the 2 o'clock hour. I've talked about this yesterday. Remember I talked about yesterday in the 2 to 3 o'clock hour, they usually close down one of the runways for the monthly maintenance. Of course, we're at the end of the month, which is usually when it occurs. Looks like they're working on 24 right, so day late, dollar short to have all the planes flying over our head on 24 left.
Go to 64.5, turn right, hard right on
Next takeoff here on the south side, a United Express CRJ 200LR heading to St. George, Utah, flight 5060.
60 north, 25 right, takeoff.
Plane Jockey Kevin, takeoff.
American 2901, 25 right. 25 right, American.
Over to Spark,
Okay, we'll check it.
It's the Dreamliner Flight 6 heading back to Tel Aviv. Should be a south side at takeoff. Of course, it's got its tail heading to the north, or looking to the north, which usually signals a south side takeoff. Eva Air Cargo Flight 622, a 777 freighter, just 5 minutes out. More than likely will do a wide south turn, head here to the south side. Asiana Flight 204 coming up from Seoul, A350-900, just 9 minutes out.
Clear land. 221.
Next takeoff is American Airlines Flight 2901 heading to Charlotte. It's an A321 Neo.
There was 64, 30, back to yourself, 25 right. Cross 25 right at Gulf, then 175, 435 today. So basically, cross 25 right at Juliet, takeoff. American 2901,
The Dreamliner now with its taxi lights on should be heading here to the south side. Patrick becoming a silver member here today. Thank you so much, Patrick. To Arizona 1990, also becoming a silver member. And Matt D becoming a gold member once again. Thank you so much, Matt D. And to Arizona 1990 with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. As I've been watching Kevin occasionally for 7 years now, and I always appreciate his kind demeanor, I figured that I could finally join. Well, thank you. I appreciate you joining the channel. I think I'm a kind person. Probably too kind for this cruel world, right? All right, so the Dreamliner now on taxiway Kilo heading down here to the south side. We'll take off on 25 right.
Okay, with 221 first available high speed on back first available. Wow. Juliet and crossing my 25 right. Alright, speed up. Juliet and cross 25.
Eva Air Cargo, the 777 freighter, next heavy arrival here on the south side.
Doing 260 Los Angeles, cover crossing, going 25 right.
December throwing 2
Experience 2.25 right,
Looks
line
like it's
up
going to go to Alpha 8.
Kilo 62 heavy, say parking.
Cargo 1. Area, Iwa 62.
Which cargo area?
Imperial KAL. In the cargo, Imperial Cargo, Iwa 62.
Kilo 62 heavy, thank you. Turn left 18, turn left on Alpha, contact ground point 75.
Turn left Alpha 5. Iwa 62.
Here, I thought there was a chance for it to go all the way to Lima. All right, Alpha 8, turn off for that EVA Air cargo.
209 on that doctor, by right, clear to takeoff. On that dock, right, takeoff.
Flight heading back to Tel Aviv, continuing its taxi down to 25 right. We do have a Spirit flight now rolling down 25 right. Flight heading to Seattle. Spirit Airlines Flight 260. It's a brand new A320 Neo, just delivered it in May of last year. Asiana Flight 204, the flight coming up from Seoul, A350-900, number 2 for arrival on the north side. I believe that was the Delta 757 that came in from San Salvador. Went to the north side of Tom Bradley, now being pushed back. I believe that would just be towed either to Terminal 2 or 3. Stephen McDade says, really love this channel. It's interesting and at the same time calming. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Kind of Tuesday's not the busiest of all days here at LAX. If you guys noticed yesterday, Monday, boy, it truly was a lot busier than normal on the north side. That's because Mondays are definitely a lot busier than Tuesdays.
Tower Sky 6205, visual 2.
Tower 6205, Los Angeles. Caution wait turbulence, I have you put the 72308, 5 left.
Clear to land, Tower 6205.
Wait for that Dreamliner to head it down to 25 right. We do have the Asiana A350 heading to 24 right on the north. I'm sorry, 24 left. 24 right is now closed down for monthly maintenance until the 3 o'clock hour. To the north side of Asiana. All right, slowly but surely, the Dreamliner heading down to 25 right. Be followed by United Airlines flight 2487, A321 Neo heading to Chicago O'Hare.
Runway 006 ready.
Are you ready?
You out of here? All right, good luck.
Affirmative, ready.
We're all counting on you, all right?
Allow 006 right now.
5 right, up and away, along 006.
Open store. I just want to let you know. Good luck, and we're all counting on you. Joni Swanson, the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Joni says, yes, you're kind. Don't you dare change. No way is that going to happen. I am who I am, almost at 50 years of age. I don't think I'll change, that's for sure. Thank you, Joni. Lilo Dude Fly with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Says, Kevin, please stay the way you are. Same for Rudy. Love AVL. No, we're not going to change. I think the best thing, I'll say this on camera, why not? I think the best thing about, you know, there's a lot of aviation channels nowadays. Boy, they pop up every day, and some have been around for a while. I think if you watch us, AVL, and I'm talking about myself and Rudy and Charlie and all of our mods, definitely including our mods. You guys have gotten to know our mods there in the chat. I think we are the channel that is going to give it to you straight. You know, we're not going to sugarcoat things and have open promises galore. No, if we say something, we're going to do it. And if we're not going to do it, we're not going to say it, if that makes any sense. And I think if there's anything you guys take away, obviously, I think we give you a lot of planes. Certainly now with the 24-hour live broadcasts and whatnot. I think the one thing you take away from watching AVL is I trust those guys. I really do trust those guys. And I've gotten to know a lot of you guys throughout the years. I've gotten to know our mods. I've gotten to know a lot of our viewers that have come out to the special events at the H, maybe just stopping by here at the Imperial Hill. I think you guys know that the Kevin and the Rudy that you see here on the camera we're like that in person. That's who we are. And I hope, if anything, that's the one thing you take away from watching AVL. I don't know where I'm going with that. That's called fill the time. All right, we do have the LL Dreamliner now rolling down the 25 right. That's the Aviation A330, flight 204. Next takeoff is that United A321 Neo, brand new aircraft just delivered in October, heading to Chicago O'Hare, flight 2487. We followed by Southwest Airlines flight 2749, heading to Chicago Midway, 737-700. Send a Delta 767-300ER coming in from Honolulu, flight 422.
Niner, RNAV Docker, runway 25, clear for takeoff.
The Docker, clear for takeoff, 25, 2487.
Southwest 2749, off starting 25 right.
Final boys.
So Asiana heading into the north side gates of Tom Bradley. We got that brand new A321neo with United now rolling down 25 right.
Southwest 2749, please direct Niner, RNAV Docker.
You know, it's amazing. I was watching a video on YouTube about the 757, and they were talking about the 200 and the history of the 757. We all love the 757, right? Well, it was interesting when they got to the point where, you know, there was no 757 replacement, and so a lot of airlines are looking at the A321 neos, the XLRs, to replace the 757, but it's still not even close to the capabilities that the 757 was capable of doing. And so the airlines are really just, they're kind of struggling. You know, there's no replacement, no real replacement. For that 757. So a lot of them being replaced by the A321neo. That's what we see here with United. Speaking of, Delta Airlines Flight 715 heading to Atlanta. That is that 757-200. Next takeoff here on the south side. And I guess they were talking about, you know, we all know the 757. I mean, it's up like a rocket. It's overpowered. It's powerful machine. Can land on short runways, take off on short runways. That's the one thing that the A321 it just has a hard time doing, and I think that's why the airlines are just kind of like, well, I guess we'll use it. It's definitely not what we had with the 757. We do have the Qantas A380 Super coming in from Sydney. And the downwind leg, if Kevin can focus on it. There we go.
Visual 25. Left 1354 Los Angeles Tower, 25 left, go lane. 25 left, 715 winds, 2509 RNF dock, 25 right, take off, 25 right, dock, right,
I don't want to miss the 757. Alexander Z. No replacement for a plane nobody wanted to buy anymore. Shocking. Why did the airlines stop buying the 757 in the late 80s? I guess they went with the 737, knowing it was better in fuel economy.
Skyway 6205, at Golf 95 right, contact ground plane to the top.
Golf 25 right. Ground guy 65.
2003. That's right. 2003, they delivered the last one, and there were no orders. Thank you, O'Malley. 2003.
Delta 895,
I guess at that point,
right high speed.
well, it came on the market that everyone said, no thanks to the 757. I think we're going to go with this. Was it the 737 900? The 800 and the 900? You know, they bought a lot of those in the early 2000s, especially United.
Delta 895 back to Quebec, hold short 5 right.
Hold short 2 back, Quebec, Delta 895.
Well, you talk about 757s and they magically appear.
Triple 21, going 25 red, 9 RNF doctor, and we right there for takeoff.
RNF doctor, right there for takeoff, JetBlue 2124.
So I always ask a question, why can't Boeing just start producing the 757 again? And everyone always says, well, they threw out the manufacturing, the parts to make the parts. They threw the design out the door. Is that true? How do you just delete everything? Oh, we're done with that model. We're just going to delete everything. That makes no sense to me. The tools to make the 757, I would assume you can make those tools again, right?
Class 1350, yes, 25 right, ground 25. Right, yes, 45.
The tooling is gone. Okay, that's what I hear, Daryl. Why can't you just recreate the tooling?
Tower, low 282, visual to 5.
I'm not saying it. You restart the production line on the existing 757, but you design a newer version, a Neo of the existing 757, just like you did with the 737, which is basically 1960 technology. You can do the same with the 757. I just don't believe. I mean, some people think that literally you delete, it's gone. There's no way it could ever come back no matter what you do. And I can't, for a company like Boeing, I just don't see them Control Alt Delete.
Left 96, 55 right at Juliet, contact ground. Cross 55 right at Juliet.
Yes, Steve MC, I agree. As next gen 757 with the Neo engines, it would be called the MAX. This Airbus has the Neo name. Joe says retooling is super expensive and the facilities have moved on to newer planes. Well, you know, sometimes things just cost a lot of money. Yeah, if you want something and people want something and maybe a market for it, then you know, sometimes the costs are worth it in the end, right? All right, Qantas Flight 11 coming in from Sydney, Australia. Next arrival on the north side. I believe this is going to be arriving on 24 left, so be flying above your head at the parking garage.
United 22, join Hotel Juliet.
Hotel Juliet.
929 Los Angeles Tower, you up?
Yep, just got the handoff from visual 25 left.
59 Los Angeles Tower, 25 direct 915 left, clear away.
25 left, cleared away.
United 22 at Juliet, approximately 25.
At Juliet, cross 25 right, over ground.
Flight running late, by the way. Originally scheduled arrival time was 12:10.
No need to acknowledge, but extension 929 after landing, midfield exit to the left.
At the cabin on Bravo.
One of our great Mons, Gerard.
575,
Gifted one airline to Videos Live membership. Thank you so much.
You ready here in the next few seconds?
We're ready, just captain. Just pass info, ready.
75 takes the full length, runway 25 right, liner.
My friend Cranky OG 757 Chip with the $10 super chat. Now Chip would know. Chip worked on the 757. Kevin, most of the 757 design was on Malar and not on CAD, so it would be better to start with a new design, given new materials and design tools. Okay. Well, that makes sense. Couldn't you though? Couldn't you take the design, the old design, and just replace it with new materials? Who's I'm not going to Minneapolis? You guys are asking if I'm going to Minneapolis? No, not going to Minneapolis.
We're making out for 5.
We do have that Air Canada Express Jazz Flight 575 heading back to Vancouver, CRJ 900 LR. Next takeoff here on the south side.
We're not going to change the instructions. Hard right on Hotel 3 here and right on
Hotel 3 Hotel, you get the next one. Okay, ExecJet, let's do the third call here. Stay on the runway, go down 7, make a left turn, we're going to be blocked. Go down to Alpha 7 and make a left turn. Alpha 7 left turn, ExecJet 9.
Chip in the chat. I called you Chip in the chat. Chip, did you like that? Chip in the chat?
29, thank you for that. Turn left on Alpha Atlantic today. Left on Alpha Atlantic.
All right, we got the Jazz.
Taxi Alpha to the land. To the ring.
CRJ, Air Canada Express, now rolling down to 25 right.
Hey guys, so much confusion now. It's cause for stoppers, so, you know, kind of 15 to legs, like kept on going down to the first high speed, so that was just confusing. I thought you wanted to cross runway. I didn't do that for you, I apologize. Always good, Alpha 7 is golf is blocked. To the ramp, have a great day. Appreciate it. 575, contact the first.
French Jet 55, see you.
Got one, are you not ready? He lined you up. Oh, sorry, we didn't catch that.
Aloha Air Cargo, converted 767-300ER, heading back to Honolulu, flight 8201. It's been pushed back as on taxiway Alpha. Really, Chip? You think the replacement for the 757 would have to be a bit wider, compete with the A321 Neo? Really? I don't know. I thought the 757 was pretty decent in size, cabin-wise. Qantas will be making a right-hand turn onto Kilo. We'll be heading to the gates of Tom Bradley.
Hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet.
Right, hotel 7, short of 25 right, United 2374.
Chris asking, Kevin, what is your update for JFK at TWA?
2403 heavy, like tower 208, gust 18, runway 25 left, clear line 25 left, behind 24.
Chris, as much as I want to talk about my plans for the show, on the show, the problem is every time I do that, some other eyes are listening, and then they try to get ahead of me by a few weeks. So we try not to release any details of where we're heading just yet, at least publicly. Alaska and the Disneyland at Pixar Pier livery, flight 1045 heading to Guadalajara, 737-800. Next takeoff here on the south side. I know, Margie. Margie says, well, how can we plan if we don't know the dates? Margie, you know, back in the day, we used to announce everything months in advance, weeks in advance. We used to do that, Margie. And to some people, it's become a game. And it happened once, and I thought, well, that's interesting. Then it happened again, and I thought, well, what's going on here? And when it happened the third time, I thought, okay, this is deliberate. So we just can't do it anymore, because some people think it's funny to jump on a location that we plan on being at weeks before we even get there. That's the game we have to play against, unfortunately. I mean, I guess I could sit here and say, well, who cares? I'll just announce where I'm going, and if somebody else shows up before we do, then so be it. But I don't like to play games. So I'd rather not play that game, and therefore I'm just not going to announce publicly what we're doing in the coming weeks. Does that make any sense? I'll tell you one thing though. We're not going to Minneapolis.
97 on that Doctor 125, just 18, 25 right. RF Doctor, clear takeoff runway 2, 1897.
We're going to Bakersfield.
California 41, traffic, stay out, contact departure. Jeremy, all you guys, full line
1 Next takeoff here on the south side, United Airlines flight 1897 heading to Denver, 737 to 900 ER, followed by United Airlines flight 1700, that's 767 at 300 ER heading to Newark.
Stop 5980, travel make 25 left, to land 87 to departure, 2508, destination. 2374, 25 right, Bravo, call down.
She says, Kevin, I understand that problem. Can I send you a self-addressed envelope and write it on a piece of paper? You know what, Marchie? Believe it or not, that might be the thing you might have to do. All right, we do have the Aloha Air Cargo 767 as well as that United 767.
That's 460, turn hotel 647, hold short over night, Juliet.
On the north side, Hawaiian Airlines Flight 10 coming up from Honolulu, A330-200. It's like Aloha Air Cargo heading over using Foxtrot. It's heading over to 25 right.
Yeah, the 1700 on that Doctor wind 0900, just 18, runway 25 right.
Janet Pinketot, I did get your email, thank you. I just haven't had a chance to respond. We kind of had a issue with the 24-hour live stream this morning. One of our cameras, well, we lost the stream for, geez, about 4 or 5 hours. So I had to get up nice and early and head up to the H Hotel to reset everything. And now we have a problem with one of the cameras. So it's been one of those kind of mornings, and then obviously had to get ready for today. So I haven't been able to respond to emails. I will certainly get back to you. Next takeoff.
45 now. Highway Tower, land 408. 5 left, to land 767 departure.
Don't get me started on Boston. Oh boy.
That's 5981.
Not just once, but twice with Boston too.
Hotel 6, Hotel 5981.
That was that flight heading to Honolulu in the converted 767 at 300 ER. Starlux, flight 6, A350-900, coming from Taipei, just 3 minutes out. Brian Richardson. All right. Well, you know, I mean, since we're on the subject, Ryan is saying I always found it strange that you guys can't get along. It doesn't have to be a competition. I agree 100% with you, Brian. 100%. That's where my mindset has always been. We're just over here doing our thing. That's all we're doing.
To the ramp, monitor frequency 75, good day.
Officer, monitor, function up. Because I LA tower.
Airport 53 cross runway 25 right, on 121.75. 2981, cross 25 right, on 1.9. Cross 25 right, on 1.9. Airline 57, contact departure.
Departure, Airline.
Mexico 642, Airline 309, runway 25 left.
Runway 25 left, Airline.
Spirit flight heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. Spirit Airlines flight 1677, A320 Neo. Since you guys are all talking about it in the chat, and since there's nothing really going on here. Not yet. There will be. There will be. You know, we're all talking, and I'm just reading the chat, and you know, we're coming up on our 4-year anniversary here in April, and you know, it's been an amazing 4 years. We have had ups and downs here on the channel. More ups than downs, and I think from the get-go, I think we've just done our own thing. You know, we've tried to make the world of live plane spotting more interesting for the masses. You know, that was really the goal of starting this. You know, I've always thought that Big Jet Jerry in London, he's the OG. He's the one that started this whole live streaming in airports. And if you watch Jerry's show, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just, you know, it's Jerry and a camera basically, and the chat. And I looked at that with my media background and said, well, maybe there's more to this. Maybe I can take it to another level and try to make it feel more like a TV show. And we did, and I think we've toned it down a little bit because I think I got a little out of control by flying planes and flying boxes and all kind of stuff. And you know, the main focus is planes, and that's the main focus here on AVL. And
642, continue all the way
it
down
always
to Quebec.
been that way from the beginning, and it always will be. Always finding ways to take it to the next level, and that's what we've done. Now, in talk about where we're going to go for trips this year.
Then contact ground point 75. Thank you for your help.
I mean, I could sit here and just say, oh, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and just deal with the consequences of releasing information. I'm just not going to do it.
Have you seen the phone? Air Smart? Air Smart, 55, LA Tower, 124. Josh Richardson, completed by a 137, 25 left, Air Smart, 55. Where do you park? Airline.
That's Starlux, the added afternoon flight arriving there on the north side.
American 22, turn right at Hotel 6, and cross 25 right. Yeah, contact around 27.5. That's on Hotel 5.
So I know a lot of you guys have used the word competition. There is no competition. There is no competition. Not with us. Again, not with AVL. There is no such word as competition. Now, you can judge for yourself with the others. Clearly, the wordage that is used in many other broadcasts would say otherwise. But to us, there is no competition. In fact, Mr. Gaucho, he's in the other spot here at an Imperial Hill, and we wave to each other, say hello, and we do our thing. No big deal.
Visual 25 left. Got a 10 green plate house, number 2, with 2 trees. Next on my 25 left, good morning.
Third land, 25 left, in at 10:53.
It's an interesting plane. Air Smart coming in from Aspen to plate as PC-24. They have a cool livery. I'm not quite sure we're going to see too much of it.
Hey, this India, current LA altimeter 300. Mach 55, nice job. Put on 7 miles per hour. Mach 22. This frequency has a great rate of late exit.
Viva Aerobus, Flight 511 heading back to Guadalajara in A320, heading down here for a south side takeoff. Also, American Airlines Flight 1659 heading to Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas in A321 Neo.
American 1659, roll by right, line of away.
Oh, there's so much I could say. It's at the tip of my tongue, and I can't. That is the worst feeling in the world, isn't it? I just want to open up and tell you guys all about so much, but I can't. It's all right there at the tip of my tongue.
3825, visual 25 left.
3825 LA Tower, wind 246 from a 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land on runway 25 left, plus 3825.
I think if I told you guys right now
1659
what another live streamer has done in the last 6 months, I think your jaw would drop. Your jaw would drop. United Airlines Flight 2654 coming up from Chicago O'Hare, 777-200ER. Next arrival on the north side.
1053,
Tell us everything, Kevin. Come on, Kevin. Tell us.
Yeah, 1053, hold short over my right.
25 right. Permanent to Juliet, United 1053.
Permanent hold short of runway 25 right.
Roger, short of 25 right to Juliet, 53.
Mark 1659, no to land, please. 1659, no to land.
Left line, we'll put takeoff.
Thank you, appreciate it.
United Airlines flight 1053 coming up from Dallas, 757, 230 years of age. She will be retired here soon.
Traffic across 25 right.
25 right.
Next takeoff, American Airlines flight 1659 headed to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, A321 Neo. They're going to park Starlux somewhere else. Usually it parks at the west gates. More than likely we make a right-hand turn onto Kilo.
25 to right at Hotel 7. Cross to Juliet, transfer ground 21.75.
Alright, right turn Hotel 725, right Hotel 7 here. 3025.
Trevor says, as a diehard 1980s Dynasty fan. Lufthansa Queen now pushing back. Queen will be heading to the north side, taking off on 24 left.
Airlines 266 RNAV 210 at 1.
Starlux moving over to Lima. We'll be heading into the gates of the west gates.
Lima 511 right now, running 2 Airlines 254 on tower.
Eva Air Flight 12 coming from Taipei, arriving there on the north side.
That was really good.
Airlines 250 the tower, wind 210 and adjust runway 25 left for the land.
Nice, 25 left, 254.
And that is Lufthansa, the 747-8 Intercontinental heading back to Frankfurt, flight 457. Yankee Charlie. Have a Queen lighting up here on the south side. Atlas Air, flight 8364 heading to Seoul. 747-400 converted to passenger plane. We'll be taking off on the 25s.
American 19 ILS, 5 left, good afternoon.
1997 good afternoon, number 2, wind 210 at 900, gust runway 25 left for land.
Good land.
Cargo King 229, contact down to 12.75.
0.75, 100,
254 LA tower.
Left, 254.
254, we going 777, contract equivalent, 121, aircraft 62, runway 25 left for land.
Good land, runway 25 left.
Just after 3 p.m. I'm your plane jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. Lufthansa Queen pushing back. We'll be heading to the north side. Should be seeing the Emirates A380 pushing back this hour as well. Sit back, relax. I got you covered here from a very popular Imperial Hill here today. Thanks you guys for tuning in. I just realized I look like that garbage can behind me. I'm watching the replay. Oh, that's perfectly lined up with the black garbage can behind me. I'm all dressed in black coat look like that garbage can. Next takeoff here on the south side is Frontier, Finn, the Oceanic white tip shark livery heading to Houston. It's an A321 Neo.
Tower number 2 and 208, gust 22, runway 25 left clear to land. 25 left clear to land. Okay, just Juliet, turn LA on. Please, go to.
This could be United 777 that we saw arrive from Chicago O'Hare, flight 2654, crossing in the shot to 777-200ER. We'll be now heading to Terminal 7 here on the south side.
Thank you for that. What's your call sign? Keep operating.
Very whole short 25 right, Juliet 30.
1756 Arnav Doctor, runway 25.
Good to see you, Alan.
Arnav Doctor, 25, super takeoff, 25756. 1 jump 73, LA tower, taxi down the full line, 65 right, line of the way.
Full line of 165 right, base.
Aviators with the $2.05 super chat. Thanks so much, Aviators. Is Plane Jockey Kevin bringing Aviation to Minneapolis? Would be honored to help. No, we're not coming to MSP. But thank you for the offer. Big Daz, Australia, becoming a gold member once again. Reed 172 with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Reed. Just happy here enjoying the planes and Aviation. Much appreciation for all that you do. Thank you so much, Reed. Aviation Addict becoming a gold member once again. Thank you so much. And BC Lucifan Sam gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Towing out that Cathay Pacific 777-300ER out to the remote area here of LAX. And Aaron Phillips with the super chat. Thank you so much, Aaron. Says, Kevin, can I bring you some Cool Ranch Doritos? We always love the Cool Ranch. Eva Air Flight 12 making that left-hand turn onto Lima. We'll now head to Tom Bradley. I snuck out of here. Go dogs. The Queen starting her taxi, heading to the north side. Now cross over to Lima.
Charlie Golf, Juliet Lee, number, turn left at Alpha 7, turn left on Alpha, taxi, stay parking. Alpha 7, ramp 1 to left. Remember, via Alpha 5, sorry, Alpha 6 to left, middle destination. Alpha 6 and taxi.
Eva now heading over to the gates of Tom Bradley. The Cathay Pacific 777 is that other heavy that you see on Lima in front of the Lufthansa Queen. SAS Flight 931 coming from Copenhagen in A350-900, the first heavy arrival here on the south side.
Plane runway 25 left, it's going to be 931 heavy.
Proceed on 5 right, taxi Foxtrot.
Ron and Linda back with the $5 super chat through PayPal. Thanks so much, Ron and Linda. Says, I agree with the 757 MAX. How about a carbon fiber wings like the 777X? 8 and 9 757s were built in Renton, where only the 737 MAX are built. A conflict? Love the 757s. You're great hosts, dedicated, and ... Thank you, Ron and Linda. All right, the Lufthansa Queen now made that right-hand turn onto Echo, now heading to 24 left there on the north side. So we do have that Atlas Air Queen. Should be taking off here on the south side at some point. Still over there on the southeast corner of the cargo area here at LAX. Next arrival, SAS A330.
A364 heavy, LA. A364 heavy, runway 25 left on it.
5 way, 25 left.
We have a Queen flying directly above us as well. This Queen will be heading to 25 left. Holder Coletta Air livery on the 747-400.
Canadian 931 heavy, right contact ground point 75. 664 traffic crossing down Foxtrot Turbine 7747 departing on the left, 25 right on the way. It's going to be about 2 minutes. There's a couple of heavy departures from north side now, so it's going to be just a few minutes position.
All right, got to keep my eyes on the Lufthansa Queen and number 1 for takeoff on the north side. Hi. Yes, oh my gosh, where'd you guys come from? Okay. Wales, wow. What's your name? Kaz? Yes. Wait, you've been a long time member, right? Dave and Kaz, yes. Right. Yes. Oh, stand by 1 second here. We got queens everywhere.
Heavy contact, so cut approaching.
All right, the Lufthansa Queen lined up, ready to go on 24 left. Again, it's flight 457. Oh, Allison says hello. Allison M. She's glad you guys made it. The Queen lined up, 24 left. Should be rolling down any second now. All right, now rolling down at 24 left. Bank to the left.
Heavy 2571 LA Tower, 23011 now, gust 19, runway 2, good line.
All right, got that one world big Q, A350 1000 now pushing back. This will indeed be a south side at takeoff. Flight 4740 heading back to Doha. This A350 1000. There's some trading cards and stickers for you guys. There's two sets. There's two sets of everything. Fly back now. Did you guys just get here today? Oh, you did. Okay. How long are you guys here for?
4938 LA Tower.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. A week from Sunday. Okay. We hope so. Hopefully no rain. We got rained out. Yeah. Well, thank you. Excellent. So were you going in Honolulu or all of it? Oh, okay. Oh, nice. Nice. Wow, look at you. Nice. Very cool. I'm jealous.
About 4938. Are now down
Yeah.
to 220 destination. Runway 25 right to signal.
Short walks, yeah.
Record 25 right. Way to left way. 664 subject 20.
It's the E2 heading back to Toronto. Virgin Atlantic Flight 8, A350 1000, heading back to London Heathrow. Pop it up on the radar as well. Now, was that a wing wave yesterday, or was that just turbulence? If you guys saw on yesterday's stream, Monday stream from the parking garage, Virgin Atlantic Flight 8 taking off, kind of wobbled to the left, to the right, and back to the left. Some people said that was a wing wave with a retired captain. I haven't got that confirmed. Next arrival here on the south side is Alaska Airlines Flight 1147 heading to Seattle and a 737 MAX 9.
Last 1140. Hit break.
We should be seeing the big queue starting to taxi here shortly.
Cross 25 right and net ground 21 steps.
Ungraceful wing wave. Yeah, it was a little much. I would have been holding on to the seat, that's for sure. Korean Air Flight 11 coming up from Seoul, 747-8 Intercontinental. Next arrival on the north side. Running late here again today. Scheduled arrival time was 1:40, estimated now at 3:22. You out of here? All right, good to meet you. Have a good flight back. Stay in touch. Yeah, well, more than likely October for Dallas. Oh, did I say that?
Heavy with you, Island. County 90, Daily Carbon, 23, to 9, Dutch 19, left to right. 25 left, 75 left.
Ground 2571.
2571, just taxi Charlie 10, but I'll let him know you're going.
Charlie 10.
They're at the big queue. One World livery heading here to the south side. Do with that Coletta Air Queen coming in from Anchorage, 747-400 freighter, just a minute out. Next arrival, flight 985. should be making that left-hand turn onto Bravo.
Yeah, 1750. Keep our right on the way.
Airline on the way for later.
I got that Queen up next for arrival here on the south side.
On that Docker, red 10, that's 19, runway 25.
Kind of coming in. Will she go all the way to Lima? No.
Tony 985 heavy, turn left. Turn left on Alpha, then contact ground 11.
All right, Alpha 8 turn off for the Coletta Air Queen coming in from Anchorage. She is 19 years of age. Originally designed as a freighter. Love that older livery with Coletta. The new livery hasn't grown on me. I don't think it ever will. All right, it's a big queue. Continuing taxi down to Bravo, heading to 25 right. Also have Speedbird, the 777-300ER. Now pushing back, flight 282, heading back to London Heathrow. Monty Python Queen, the $2 super chat. A little hug, emoticon for you. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Ames 838. Upgrading membership to gold here today. Thank you so much. Big Daz Australia back with the super chat says, I'm a good judge of character. And Team AVL goes, all right, good day. Thank you so much. We also have the Queen heading to Tom Bradley. Korean Air Flight 101.
That's 4, after when 240 and 0, when 2
Shiftless One Idle. Gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Shiftless One Idle. I was thinking about you when I was at the TWA last week. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Shiftless One Idle. G3 becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much. And B. Keith, 2006 with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, B. Keith. Says, been with the channel for 2.5 years, and I'm staying till the end, Kev. Well, thank you so much. I don't think, hopefully there's not an end. Jeez, how sad would that be? AVL comes to an end. Oof. So what do you think? Is this your first time here at the Hill? Yeah, seeing it on TV for so long, yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, wow. All right, Korean Air heading to the southwest corner of Tom Bradley. Got the big Q and the One World livery up next for takeoff. Virgin Atlantic still sitting there on the north side, just outside of the north side of Tom Bradley. Oh, the Bald's Eagle Nest and Big Bear? Yeah, that's all the rage again. Didn't she lay? She laid 2 eggs so far. Poor birds. In the last couple of years, the eggs were duds. Is that how you say it? Well, hopefully they have better success this year.
Tower, Cop 422, hello. The visual first for runway. 472 LA Tower and trail of ahead 67, caution for turbulence, wind 2401, and 2 miles up to the 2 miles left, Cop 422.
Beautiful, one of my favorite liveries. Don't ask me why, on that A350. You know, the Star Alliance on the One World, the white liveries look really good on the A350s. We used to get the Air China A350 900 that had the Star Alliance livery on it with the black tail. That was one of my favorites. It looks really good with the Air China logo on it.
25 ready to Juliet, contact ground point 75.
25 ready to Juliet, ground point 7. Yes, 500, 630.
Tower low, get them on. Tyler, 55.9 landing.
Swiss Flight 40 coming up from Zurich at 777-300ER, heading to the north side, number 2 for Bravo.
Number 2, 220 runway 25 left to land.
Number 251.
Two bar right line up way crossing traffic.
Line up way, 25 right, 920.
UPS 767. Flight coming in from Louisville, Kentucky. Flight 5906. Speaking of Louisville, Kentucky, I read that Spirit is going to be bringing back the non-stop flight between LAX and Louisville this summer. So if you guys live in Louisville, want to come out here to LAX, you have another choice. Also read that Frontier is going to offer non-stop from LAX to JFK. You won't be finding your Plane Jockey Kevin on that flight. Good luck on that one. There's some mighty competition for New York, JFK to LAX. All right, Speedbird also starting its taxi, heading down to 25 right. Friend Jesse with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Jesse. Jesse says Aviation should do a BTS with the de-icing crew someday. That would be kind of cool. I was seeing all the de-icing going on at JFK last week. Makes for some great video. Good to see you, Jesse. Our friend Linda Kavinsky there in the cold Chicago. 1520 Airline videos live and memberships again here today. Thank you so much, Linda. Hopefully your Tuesday is better than your Monday. And hopefully your Wednesday is better than your Tuesday. Next takeoff here on the south side, United Airlines flight 2377 heading to Houston, Texas. The 737 at max 8.
Air Smart 55, 326. Air Smart 55, taking 775 miles, coming 25 miles per hour. Full force into the across the 25 right, now 75.
Swiss arriving on the north side, flight 40 coming in from Zurich.
JetBlue 700, Southwest Park, my 25 right, line up on way. Line up on way, 25, JetBlue 700, digit 1 break, Alpha 7, taxi Alpha 5 north.
No delay
United 2377, connect close out departure.
That's 23.
Okay. Air Smart 55 RNAV Hyper, 0 at 10, runway 25 left for takeoff.
Let's take another look at that Starlux. Next takeoff here on the south side is JetBlue Flight 700 heading to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. It's a brand new A321neo just delivered in June. Air France Flight 23 heading back to Paris in the 777 at 300ER. Next takeoff on the north side on 24 left. All Nippon Airways ANA, the Dreamliner heading back to Tokyo Haneda, Flight 125. 787-9 Dreamliner now pushing back, should be a south side of takeoff. It's actually not downtown that you guys are seeing there in the distance. That is Culver City. Downtown LA, believe it or not, you can't barely even see it. You can see the Wilshire Tower just on the other side of the H Hotel. That is downtown LA, way over there. So what you're seeing is a combination of a few things. Nakatomi Plaza. Most of those are office towers. The only condo tower there in Century City is that one right in the middle, the lighter shaped building. That was built, I think, in 2005, 2006.
Yeah, good afternoon, Delta 3 over Honda.
And then the majority of the towers that you see, that's in Wilshire, all of those are condo complexes.
Air 1336, taxi to Juliet, where are you parking?
Juliet, 68 Alpha, Skyline.
1336, Juliet, off,
25 right ahead.
700, connect to Copper Park for today. To lock JetBlue 700.
Target up here. 8 Delta Sierra Heavy will be ready on reach. LAX 259.
Just 8 Delta Sierra Heavy, yeah.
You guys want to take a real photo? All right, British Airways Flight 282 heading back to London Heathrow, 777-300ER. Next takeoff here on the south side.
Juliet, crossing 25 right, crossing 25.
Alright, Juliet, cross 25, line 75, south of 500.
Double Sierra Heavy, traffic will cross downfield. 25 right, line up and wait.
Line up and wait. 25 right. Speed 8 Delta Sierra.
Super 8 Delta Sierra Heavy, RNAV 240 at 11, number 2, takeoff.
Takeoff 25 right. Speed better. Sierra.
There we go, British Airways, the 777-300ER now rolling down at 25 right.
229, call for number 3, number 25 left, take land.
Land number 3, 25 left, 29 Alpha. Delta Sierra Heavy, come on.
Hey, Tower, good afternoon. Alpha 841.
Was that your plane? Oh.
When I was here, good afternoon, when 240 at 10,
Oh.
5 left, third land.
What happened to that one? Oh, that one's moving.
Delta 753, taxi via hotel, stay back and hold forward on the 25 right.
Hotel, stay back.
Next takeoff is JetBlue Flight 688 heading to Boston at A321. What's going on?
I said, let me know when you start your postcards and sell them.
My postcards?
Postcards here in California.
Oh, jeez. Got the Emirates A380 Super now pushing back. Swiss currently on taxiway Kilo. Of all days, I should have my BTS camera up here today. JetBlue is the next takeoff. We do that at ANA Dreamliner, also heading to 25 at right.
Docker, 140 S11 on the takeoff.
Ornav Docker, E25 right, clear for takeoff, American 86.
All right, the JetBlue taking off. I'm going to stick with this Emirates A380 shot. Virgin Flight 8 to A350 1000 heading to the north side. I'm not quite sure what that guy said. He started shouting something, and then I said, what? So let me know when you start selling your postcards. I thought that was another way of asking, can I have some of your trading cards? First, I thought that it was that rapper. Who's the rapper with the big clock around his neck? The oversized clock around his neck? Big rapper from the 80s and 90s. What's his name?
The Hotel de Juliet Old Short.
This guy looks just like him.
Hotel Juliet, 25 right, so 41.
Am I getting a visit from a legend? Flavor Flav? Was I getting a visit from Favor Flav today? Maybe.
At Juliet, cross 25 right, 75.
Juliet, right, ground point 75, so 841.
753 at Quebec, 25 right, ground point 75.
All right, on the Pond Airways, the Dreamliners are next takeoff here on the south side. Virgin, next takeoff on the north side.
American 3186 today.
I was on 125 heavy, I was here waiting for a heavy off the north complex, convoy turbulence. 25 right, line up and wait.
What? Right, line up and wait, hold on, 127.
Yeah, boy. He's still over there. Maybe I can get him on Jockey Cam. He's cleaning his car now. All right. If he comes back over here, I'll say, hey, can you just wave to everyone on Jockey Cam?
Alpha 7, parking today.
Alpha 7.
Line up Golf Road, text the Alpha 6 district with me.
Virgin Atlantic Flight 8 taking off there on the south side. should be having the ANA Dreamliner taking off here on the south side. Did you want a card? Do you want a postcard? You're asking about it? I have a postcard. You want a postcard? All right. All right, we got the ANA Dreamliner. I don't know. This might be a bad idea. What's your name? Leroy? Nice to meet you. All right, this is who we are. The back side. Yeah, we're here at the airport all the times. Airline videos. Well, good to meet you. Oh yes, it's already gone for the day. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know your planes. There you go. All right, Leroy, nice to meet you. All right. Oh, Leroy knows his planes. My gosh. I know, the one day they're doing BTS. Now, the reason why I haven't had BTS on these shows, well, our second ed unit, we have 3 ed units. I'm using the main ed unit for the main shows. The second one is having audio issues. I can't get audio into ed. So that's why we haven't had the BTS when I'm using the other ed unit, if that makes any sense. So it's getting to be that time of the year where equipment obviously is kind of breaking down, and I got to deal with it. now I got an AI camera broke. High top the H hotel I got to deal with. That is our units that we use when we're not using our main setup. So this is kind of you can't see it, but this is a very condensed version of our main setup. If you've ever seen behind the scenes on our Sunday show here at Imperial Hill, you know we just have tables full of equipment, and basically this is half of what we've got going on here. In fact, there's only 2 main Jackery batteries here today. The other smaller Jackery batteries are kind of powering the other things, but yeah, it's more condensed and kind of on purpose, because the computer that we use for the main show sucks up a lot of energy, and therefore we have to bring a lot more Jackery batteries with us.
I'm Docker, clear for takeoff 25 right, American 5.
And we call this on the fly. We used to have a logo just for these type of broadcasts. We still have it. All right, Emirates Flight 216 heading back to Dubai, heading up to the north side. Next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines Flight 513 heading to Philadelphia in A321 Neo.
Roger, left turn Golf and right turn Alpha 6 is frequency. Hunter, waiting for a heavy departure off the complex turbulence. Runway 24.
Alright, 2.4. 50 I said it right. 25 right.
Good, heading. American 513, so South Departure today.
Departure, 513, take care.
There is a China Airlines cargo 777 freighter lining up, heading to Taipei, flight 5137. Delta Airlines flight 465, a 767-300ER heading to Honolulu, now rolling down to 24 left on the north side. All right, Emirates now on taxiway Echo. Michael Turner with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Michael. Says, love big front seats on Spirit, less than American Airlines coach. I've heard good things about Spirit's big seats. Rudy actually rode on the big seats. John R. becoming a silver member once again. Thank you so much, John. And William gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, William. Stuart gifting 10 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Stuart. And Ben with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Ben. Says, hi, Kevin. Any UPS airplanes in the ground or in the air? Yeah, Ben, we just saw one coming in from Louisville, 767-300ER, headed up to the northeast corner of the airport not too long ago.
Kevin 6 before RNAV Docker 1240 55 right, so you take off.
RNAV Docker, right,
There's 5009, are you
There's also Air China cargo flight 3126 heading to Shenzhen. A 777 freighter on Alpha will be heading to the 25s. Emirates wasted no time on the north side. Will be taking off on 24 left here shortly.
Hotel, Quebec, short 25 right, Southwest 22.
Next takeoff is a flight heading to Denver, American Eagle, SkyWest flight 6394. Emirates now lined up. In fact, I'm going to switch over to the north side ATC.
Delta 1876.
right, so you're listening to Northside ATC now. Emirates lined up, ready to go. 24 left. All right, Emirates now rolling down the 24 left.
59, launch needle is 10. Wing turbulence running for left line void. Line void, for left. Alaska 1300, we're on the visual. 1300, Los Angeles Terror, 1240, 23, runway 24 right, clear land. 24 right, clear land, Alaska. Got 3812, way Victor, cross runway 2, we'll hold a position, kind of ground, 0.65 ground. Okay, Victor, and then cross 24 left, and then over ground sky is 3812. Emirates 37, Victor, super contact, so look on a bunch of different 37.
We got those 777 freighters going to be taken off here on the south side.
25 left, 772 mile final.
Looks like Air China Cargo, the 777 freighter, going to be taken off on 25 left. Little membership train. Gerard, one of our great mods, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much. Allison N, one of our great mods, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Sarah, the real deal, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Soul Searching Emily, one of our great mods, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Beve, one of our great mods, gifting one Airline Videos Live membership. Thanks, you guys. Actually, Air China Cargo, the 777 freighter, crossing over 25 left. We'll have a takeoff on 25 right coming up.
Have you at the shoreline turn left heading 220, 1230, 10 vested 23.
All right, so the Air China Cargo 777 freighter lined up, ready to go on 25 right.
Runway 25 right, clear for take.
25 right, clear for 220, Air China number 3123.
Thank you. Delta 1876, Hotel 7.
Delta 1876.
Cross 25 left, taxi Alpha Park.
25 left, Alpha Park, there you go.
Delta 1876, taxi via Hotel to Juliet, hold short runway 25 right.
Hotel to Juliet, hold short 25.
American 3115, LA. Good afternoon. Looks like we're waiting for at least 2 more departures. Delta 1876 at Juliet. Cross at right ground point 75.
Juliet cross 25, right ground point.
Waiting for one more on the right way.
Troy, 25 right back, 31.
Type at 3126, take SoCal departure on 1 and 3.
Okay, departure 24. Again, now 3126, get it.
Seven 37 Heavy, LA certify you are set up for 25 right today. 37 Heavy, Roger. Turn right up front and hold short of runway 25 left.
Next takeoff is heading to Kona, American Airlines Flight 3115, A321 Neo.
Thank you. 80 Heavy, where are you parking today?
Hi.
80 Heavy, taxi Alpha short of Foxtrot.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Wave Heavy 76 and taxi to park.
Heavy, then depart,
American 3115, Doctor, when you 240 at 10 Best 3, when the 25 right to take off.
Takeoff 25 right, hour and a half, 31.
Stuart with an awesome super chat. Thank you so much, Stuart. Says you are amazing. Thank you, Stuart. Scott gifting 1 Airline Videos Live membership. Thank you so much, Scott. Roberts gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Scott.
5137 Heavy, verify hold short runway 2 left landing traffic.
North Paramount 1676 miles, GG 25 left.
You guys out of here? All right. What time's your flight? 7 a.m. All right. All right. Sounds good. We'll be right over there. Yeah. All right. Have a good flight. Have fun. Enjoy. See you guys.
3115, kind of just on the question.
Good day, American 3150.
5137 Heavy at Foxtrot crossing 25, hold short runway 25 right.
China Airlines Cargo, flight 5137, heading to Taipei, a 777 freighter, heading to the 25s.
Next 3115, kind of departure today.
Tombot 14, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Tombot 14.
That's 5137 Heavy, thank you very much. The Foxtrot, line up and wait. 413 taxi at hotel down to Quebec, hold short of runway 25 right.
All right, here comes the 777 freighter.
413. The 435 at Quebec, hold short 25 right.
Looks like we'll be crossing over 25 left, heading to 25 right for takeoff.
250 at 9, Best 23, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, for takeoff. Yeah, 6330, Billy Tower number 2, wind 2509, gust 63, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Autograph it. Well, here, I'll give you something even better. How about a trading card? I already signed it. Nice to meet you, Leroy. No, Kevin. You're Sean. You're Sean. Okay. Well, nice to meet you, Sean.
So
Friday, Tuesday, Friday, Sundays usually. Yeah.
Delta 430, you got cross 25 right. 1676 at Juliet, Ford is on 25 right. 5
All right, so we'll see you, Sean. 4 o'clock here. Well, just after 4. 4:10. I missed my top of the hour. Boy, oh boy, I'm fired. All right. I would love to stay here for even longer, but I got to tell you guys, this is the time of the day where LAX starts getting a little boring until a little bit later tater. So I think we're going to end today's show just over 5 hours. I think that's a good show. Thanks you guys for tuning in here today. We'll be back Friday. Now I remember what I forgot to ask the H Hotel today. I asked them to confirm the dates for the 24-hour live stream and a few other things, and I forgot to ask them about Friday. I got to confirm on Friday. Ooh. Stand by. There's a retro livery, American, Allegheny. Funny, yesterday I almost ended the show, and then I was like, "What? Now hold on a second. Southwest in the Arizona 1 livery is about to show up." So our new thing now is special liveries.
6497, always check it up. 220 at 8, runway 25 left, and got a 636 Dreamliner Hotel, hold your call.
All right, let me tell you where that flight was coming in from. It's American Airlines Flight 1676 in the Allegheny Retro livery coming up from Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. It's a 10-year-old A321. Looks like it's heading either to the east side at Terminal 4 or the west side of Terminal 5. Mick with the super chat. Thank you so much, Mick. This is good morning from Melbourne, Australia. Where is it? Is tomorrow. Loving the Qantas A380 on your safe shot. Thank you. Good morning. Hopefully Wednesday is off to a good start. Alan with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan. Says, hello, Kevin from Albuquerque. When are you finally going to fly a MAX 8? That's a good question. Maybe I'll try a MAX 8 on Southwest if I got to jump over to Phoenix one day or not. Maybe I'll jump on the MAX 8 on Southwest. Thank you, Alan. Linda Kavinsky back with a $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Linda. Appreciate that. Go back to our safe shot. All right, so as I was saying, I need to confirm with the H Hotel that we indeed can be up there at the H on Friday. If not, we will go to another location. Shouldn't be a problem, but they were having a private, I'll be honest with you guys, there was Air Force One that came in on a Friday. Remember that? I was joking and saying I was going to cancel the trip to JFK. I had made the trip before I knew Air Force One was going to come into LAX. I was on the plane, and I told you guys yesterday that our JetBlue flights, they were trying to push back from the gate to trying to get here before Air Force One arrived, because they didn't want to deal with the craziness of the airport being shut down. So we got out of JFK at a decent amount of time, and we got here about 30 to 40 minutes. I'd say it's at least 30, 35 minutes before Air Force One arrived. I went down and got my bag, and I was walking over to the LAX exit, the Uber lot where you pick your Uber, and as I pick your Uber, that doesn't sound right. So as I'm walking over there, that's when I got a shot of the Air Force One. Now, I asked Allison, I said, should I do the show? Should I do the show? And I reached out to the H Hotel. Unfortunately, they were having a party up on the 12th floor patio deck on Friday, so there was a big DJ. They said, you can come, but the DJ is going to ruin your sound. I said, yeah, that's all right. Don't worry about it. So I went home and kind of crashed anyway. So I made an effort, for the most part, trying to go up to the H on last Friday for Air Force One, but a DJ will always ruin it for you, always. So I just want to make sure that this Friday that there is not a special event. You know, the H Hotel, a very popular place. That patio deck is gorgeous. I understand why they're busy, certainly on a Friday. So I'll double check with the H, let you guys know. If not, we'll just move the show to another location here at LAX. And then we'll be back here on Sunday for the big Sunday show starting at 10 a.m. Hopefully no rain. They were talking about rain in the forecast coming later in the week. Hopefully that is not the case. As much as we need rain here, bring it on Saturday or Thursday, just not on Sunday. We need our big Sunday show back here at Imperial Hill. All right, I think there's a few last super chats. We appreciate your awesome support here today. TomBot14 with an awesome $20 super chat. Thank you so much, TomBot. Says, thanks, champ and mods. Wonderful, even if it's just for a bit. Well, thank you so much, TomBot14. We appreciate that awesome support. Almost 5.5 hours. Not a bad runtime for a show. Thanks, you guys, for your awesome support. Thanks to your great mods. Always doing a great job. Now, I will tell you that we have a 24-hour live camera high atop the H Hotel. Now, we're having a little issues with camera one where it may actually look good at night. We're having an iris issue with camera one, which is something we have to deal with here. Hopefully in the next 24 hours, we'll get that resolved. Just beware, camera one is a little oversaturated, or a little hot, as they call it. A little hot. The iris just is not doing what we're telling it to do. So if you want more LAX action, we'll this live stream will end and it will directly send you over to the 24-hour live stream. So thanks you guys for tuning in. We'll see you on Friday. This has been a lot of fun. My case of the Mondays on a Tuesday, I think, have been resolved. Hopefully yours as well. Camera one is offline. Oh, maybe they're getting it fixed. That's a good sign. All right.
1960 at Juliet. Cross from 25 right and have it done.
At Juliet, cross 25 right.
you guys on Friday from all of us here at Airline Videos Live. Good night, everyone.
Hold short runway 25, 621.
Good afternoon, 240 at 8, 65 left for land.
25 for Alaska, 3511.